Well, well, what do we have here? Another stream, I guess. So, the moment you start up the game, well, you load your save, it ends up in the home screen. So what's there to see? Apparently in 27 days we played the first friendly. I wasn't aware, this is rather close. Cool. So it's not that far off. There is no news other than Elif Feldstedt leaving us. At least for a short time. Afterwards, he will be transferred. Okay. Then there's the fixture list. Yeah, we're aware of that. Most of this, I think all of these are friendlies. The real fixture list isn't there yet. There's a promise left with 44 days of managerial support. Sure, we fired everyone that was controversial. More or less. Oh, that's not true. We kept 2 of them at least. I think Rooney as well as Adam Jones are... They can be difficult, I think. All of this is fine, more or less. With the exception of Andy Rooney's red card, but who cares? As for last season, yeah, he's outspoken, volatile, and confrontational too. Hopefully we can change his personality a bit. This says we didn't get relegated, this is great, this is why we're here at all. And stats-wise, I don't think I had a look at this at all. So, goals conceded, we didn't concede much. That's a plus, isn't it? I wasn't aware. So if we can keep this, that would be great. But the most important message here is probably this. We spent 50k since we started out with the club. 50. In excess of what came in. So I guess if there was any kind of quality assurance from a financial point of view, they would probably fire us for mismanagement at this point. Which reminds me, squad planner, I think we did. At least to a degree. Yeah, he will not come though, will he? Also, I forgot to do the youth player faces. So we need to stick to those egghead faces once more. At least for one session. That or I do it live on stream, and I guess I can do that off stream. Owen joins, so Wojtak joins, Kai Clay joins. The other goalkeeper is XS. Yeah, and I think the priority was something like this. At least in my head. Yeah, I like that. So afterwards we will have a goalkeeper mentoring group too. Well, for obvious reasons, because we have somebody with fairly professional personality. Do you have any other? Not really, he's media friendly otherwise. But otherwise I think this will be good. And maybe we can even change the personality of Kai Clay to a degree. If we can't, well then we can't. Right back. He can get off my list. Adair is here, Joshua McConville is in the U19 and will remain there at least for now. Jenkins will definitely not be here, and then there's Flynn Murray. So I think the priority list is something like this. That said, are the stats still here? Yeah, this is remarkable. I don't know how to say this any other way. I don't know what this is. So he won possession more than once per 90 minutes? Does that make sense at all? Or is this some sort of weird statistic that isn't true? Well, I'm not sure. Anyway, this is for current season as well as next season, I guess. Well, I guess I will do this, yes. So, who's left? He will remain... Harry Martin remains as a secondary choice. He's not a real central defender. Not to me, at least. This guy doesn't belong here. He doesn't belong here. Neither does he. Gary Moody doesn't either. Sammy Chiardini. He's not with us. And neither are these two. This is a U19 player that will probably get upgraded. He's not that bad, is he? But he does try to play way out of trouble. I don't like that at all. So for the time being, I will not include him. Darren Evans, on the other hand, yeah, I will definitely include him. Then we have Feldstedt, who for some reason isn't on this list. Because he will be transferred to us. So he will remain. We want it or not. And Cole Gibbings will come in, I think. Yeah. And we signed him as a center back. Despite the obvious gaps here. But overall, this is okay. So that's my secondary choice here. If I can find him, that is. There he is. In fact, he's probably the primary choice. Depends a bit. Can we save this and lock it, by the way? That would be really great. Of course we can't. So, again, Cole Gibbings. We want to include Sam Jones. And Darren Evans. It might be this way. It might be that Darren Evans plays more often than not, because Feldstedt... Well, on the other hand, Feldstedt is our own player at this point. So, yeah, that's totally fine. Left back position, Wiles is still with the club, but no longer required there. I think Latonak is one of the transfers. Yeah, he has transfer arranged. So going forward, this is probably our primary choice. At least it looks that way right now. We'll see. Doherty secondary choice and Wild's third choice. Jason Davies, not sure what he's... There's no reason to keep him here. Defensive midfield, we have a lot of choices. We had from the start, basically. Chris Doran was not one of them, though. He's new. Doesn't count as a ball-winning midfielder to me, though. And he's... That's some sort of 21-year-old that we signed. At some point. Does he get money? He doesn't get money. Sure. So, he's with the U19 right now. But overall, this is more or less our sample. We might invert that, maybe. Not sure. There's two players that can play the Mazzala that I can think of, and the one player that can play box-to-box midfielder. We do have two target men. They don't belong here. None of these belongs here. And then I'm not in the mood to do this anymore. More or less, I think this should be fine. But we're expected to finish 4th. So what we could do at this point is let's have a look at the league. Can we have a comparison here? What is this? In squad, right? Not in squad. Here we go. I was looking for the league comparison. So overall, all players, we have no international youth appearances. Yeah, that's unsurprising. Player wages below average. We should probably reduce that. I don't like that at all. We spent too much money anyway. Players' transfer value is €0. Great. But they are younger, they are also smaller in aggregate. I don't like that. Decision making is worse than with the remainder of the league. First touch is not that great. Passing actually is above average. Not for the strikers, but, well, midfielders do not have great passing either. Work rate and teamwork are really good in our formation for some reason. Yeah, they seem to work hard. I like that. Goalkeeper attributes. We don't care about the rest. Agility is really bad at this point. But I think this doesn't include the players that will come in. But overall, that's not the best goalkeepers in the league, but we should stand a chance there. How's defense? Oh, it keeps it that way. Great. Well, I don't care about the defending attributes of the strikers. Midfielders, a bit. Yeah, it's not great, is it? In midfield, teamwork seems to be high throughout the squad. Decision making, not so great. Tackling is not great. Vision is not great. Well, welcome to the stream and thank you very much. In fact, I've got back pain. So, this is fantastic. I will do a stretch. Oh, that counts. I prior to the stream, I was rolling on the black roll, whatever it's called in other areas. So yeah, hopefully that gets sorted throughout the weekend. So how have you been, Vix, man? That's good. Nice to hear. Is it as sunny at your places here? Yeah, still in the Welsh League. And we're in the middle of the season break. I'm trying to figure out. So the board expects us to finish in the top 4 next season. You know, we improved the squad a little bit, and all of a sudden everybody is ambitious. So I'm not sure if we can get there. The physical side doesn't look convincing. Natural fitness is really off. We'll need to try until need to try and wait until the new players come in. When will that be? That'll be in more than a month. Yeah, so preseason starts with half of the players missing. Welcome to Wales. Can we maybe... Can't we offer them trials until they join? He's with the club anyway. He's with another club, so we can't. Simon Owen is with another club, so I don't think we can. Cole Gibbings is with another club, so that wouldn't work. Luca Latona is with another club. Nate Davies is with another club. It just feels like we're poaching players somewhere. Yeah, and this guy was fucking expensive, but we will bring him in. So there's that. You know, model citizen. Yay! To be fair, for the 50k that we're in the red within this season, I think youth stuff happened. We have additional clauses here, and we can sell some of these if we want to. So in the end, it's a net zero. I still wanna save some money if I can do that. And maybe also include those players in the squad as regular starters that I consider regular starters and remove the rest. We might have too many backup players though. Let's have a look. So usually I don't bother much, but in these circumstances, maybe it's a good idea to have a look. Also, I had a look at my own last stream. It sounded like I was recording in a bathtub. So if this is still the case right now, apologies. I can't help much. I can't help it much. There's some sort of pillows on the wall that seem to help in recent times, but otherwise, I need to do some sort of sound insulation, however it's called. Okay, we lost an 18-year-old central defender. Not great. That said, he's not that fast. He doesn't have any strength. We try to teach him to be box-to-box midfielder. I guess that happens. I do not want to vote on that whatever award. I don't know. I don't care. Cool. Stuff we did. I think we had a look at it. Some stuff will now be on month-to-month contracts, and in a way, I'm happy with that. We can always replace some of the staff members. That said, we have a new assistant manager. I'm happy with that. I think we fired one of the performance analysts or somebody who was much too expensive. Like 55 euros a week was much too expensive for us. Trying to save some money. Whilst, no. Given... We could. But on the other hand, it's a gamble, right? We started out with 140k for some reason. And, I don't know, sugar daddy, whatever. And now at the end of the season, we're sitting at 80 or 90k. I need to look. Let me have a look. Where is it? There. Yeah, sitting at 95k. So, let's go on 93. That's quite comfortable. So we can pull off another season like this, or maybe two. So no panic just yet. Given that the clauses are players that are, well, you know, he's with Brighton in the U18. And given that passing and so on, I think to sell this clause for, what is it? In fact, we should probably look at all of these. So Jason Bowden, no clause. He's also not on a real contract, it seems. But maybe somebody will buy him for a fee. Don't know. It's unlikely though. Andrew Cooper is with Chelsea. They offer us a clause of 5.5k. Let's have a look at his value. A 5% clause for 5.5k doesn't seem reasonable given that he might be sold for 700k at one point. Now, obviously, if he's sold for 70, not that great. But I'm willing to take that gamble. Because if somebody offers 500,000 for him all of a sudden, that's more money than 5k for us, right? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So, it doesn't seem reasonable to me. We can stand to lose out on 2 or 3k given the financial circumstances of the club. We do not need to secure that money right now. Same with, well, this is better. But again, he's probably the one with most market value right now. And we should get him in for loan. That would be really great. But I do not think they want to. Oh, he must turn 18 first. Yeah, sure. And this is considered abroad because, you know, we're in Wales and not in England. And then there's well, some of the others here, they might not have a market value. He does. So, but we're stuck with the 5% clause anyway. Yeah, it's a winger. Okay, cool. Jacob Morris, that's a central defender. We don't know much about him other than, well, he's with Sheffield Wednesday. Okay. And his contract runs for a while. Anthony Richards, that's not much to look at least from a transfer perspective. Defensive midfielder, rather strong, rather aggressive, good tackling. In fact, that's not too bad. He's with the Leicester U18 though, so I don't know. These attributes don't look like he's out of our league, despite being with Leicester. So not sure what's going on here. We have 5% clause on him, but that will probably not trigger. He's wanted by a lot of clubs that belong in our league though, so we will offer a trial, I think. Maybe we can find another defensive midfielder that's a bit stronger. That would definitely be a plus. And then we have Josh Rush. Again, 10k. For somebody with a market value between 110 and 1.1 million. That jumping reach is really, really interesting though. But yeah, why not? I do not feel like we need to do this right now. It would be, there's a certain cost of opportunity though. You might argue, bring that money in, build a training center. Yeah, well, but we're talking like 10k. If we could build an additional training center for 10k, I would definitely do that. Or, I don't know, give real contracts to our players and sign a great player or something like this. That's great. And now you come in on trial. But it's not like there's big gains to be had other than the money in the bank. And in Football Manager, they don't put it in an index fund. In Football Manager, it rots in the bank, I think. So the interest we get is not worth this. I'd rather gamble it and look at the development of the players, given that they are, you know, at Chelsea and so on. Lighthearted. Well, apparently he's considered to be better than ours. So let's see. Is there anything new with you guys? Any plans for the weekend? Pablo Martinez. Well, we are looking for improvements. could be an improvement. I don't. He doesn't look like an improvement at this point, but who knows? Did he go down with them or something? No. Great. So we have goalkeepers, we have central defenders. I feel we could do with a box-to-box midfielder. That would probably be a good choice. We brought in a decent playmaker. Our captain obviously is employed as a box-to-box midfielder in the future, even though he's not great at it. So maybe we could do with another box-to-box. Preferably, actually, not a young guy. I need the attributes. No idea. Does anyone come to mind? Let's get rid of all of this. Oh yeah. Well, in fact, two people come to mind. Korovic as well as Alberg. True. That would be an idea. I would also really like to have them. Not specifically as box-to-box midfielders though. But, you know, work permits and stuff. So this will not happen. Logan Williams. It's not much to look at. Toby Evans. He could serve as a target man too. Was with Andy. They didn't play him much. Balanced personality though, I'm not convinced. Bruce Rowlands. The physicals for a box-to-box midfielder, they are not great. Did he? Oh, he went down with Port Talbot. Yeah, sure. And then there's Andy Davis. I don't know anything about him, I guess. That looks more like a ball-winning midfielder to me. So, not impressed with this. I'm not sure if anyone here fits the description. Knocks the ball past the opponent, I don't like that. Did we have a look at him? Yeah, but for a box-to-box midfielder, that might fit the profile, right? His physicals are not fantastic, but he has the stamina. That said, teamwork and work rate are absolutely bad. 22-year-old with... He got released by Andy. Well, who knows why. But as some sort of a backup member, maybe. On the other hand, we might as well play somebody else as a box-to-box midfielder in case we need one. We've got enough midfielders in our squad. We might as well play somebody from the youth. We don't have to sign a backup member specifically. And also, we can sign players throughout the entire season. No reason to spend on players right now that will not play. Other than including them in the squad for long-term purpose. That said, Elliot Williams will probably not be the one. Yeah, that's a way to do it, sure. Also, so on my box-to-box midfielders, I like to have some stamina, some, as you said, natural fitness, and actually I prefer to have some strength on them too, if I can do it. It's a very versatile role. So for a box-to-box midfielder, given that he roams from position by instruction, I think that should be a priority for sure. But on the other hand, he can do with a lot of gaps in his profile usually. Like I don't know, dribbling is not that great. Okay, who cares? Sure. It's part of what a box-to-box midfielder does from time to time, but we can restrict that. So some of these things are okay. If his long shot isn't that great, sure, that makes him less threatening. But in the end, it's still something that we can compensate for with individual instructions. So that's all right. Yeah, he's considered a ball-winning midfielder here. I wouldn't say that makes it impossible, but he will probably not sign for us. Also, there's a problem with the team cohesion. Many contrasting personalities throughout the squad. But, in my defense, if we look at the profile of those players now, just to get the personalities overall, we have a central defender as a team leader now who will not play, but he's considered a team leader given that he has a staff role apparently. That should be the reason. And Lewis as well as Roberts are still considered influential players. Harry Martin, not a big fan having him as an influential player. And then there's a few other players. If we look at this, Toker is probably one to play from time to time. Jones is definitely one to play from time to time. Coleman will not be here anymore. Clive will probably be here. He will most likely play throughout the season, so he might get promoted to influential player at some point, because he's just flexible enough to play in two positions. And the rest of them are... Some of these might play, sure. Might even make more than one appearance, like Gibson. But I wouldn't say we rely on them heavily. My problem is really that, well, Lewis is not great, Roberts is not great, Jones is not great. So, this Jones is great. In what he did, at least. Sometimes quality, first team players do not necessarily align with great personality. That said, we get a model citizen in, so that's something. But that takes another month. And assuming we finish in the top 4, or, do not get fired for some reason, I think if we had the chance to develop these players, probably personalities throughout the squad would improve from time to time, and through time we would get a really nice squad from the overall mentality. That is. In a way, I signed these a little bit more for the mentalities and not so much for the actual attributes. So maybe it's worth the time to have a look. At least within the friendlies, have a look. What are they good at? How will we play? Because sure, I want to play attacking football, but I don't know. Do we have the players that are capable to pull that off? So I think I mentioned that previously. In my head, attacking football always included really fast forwards. Until Guide to Football Manager corrected me on that. It should include really fast defenders to, cover for the long balls that undoubtedly will get played if you push up the defensive line really high and go for the attack. That means that in the attacking area, usually strength and technicals and also mentality count much more. So in a way, a slow attacker is not that bad of a choice. It's not like I wouldn't take some pace though. But we have a target man forward. That's very likely. And we have inverted wingers that are technically, I wouldn't say gifted, but they are not entirely incapable. And they are not the fastest guys on the pitch. So seen from that perspective, maybe short passing attacking play through the middle or over the wings, depending on the opponent, doesn't sound unreasonable to me. But I need to have a look at this in detail. This will probably take forever. This is the end of the year in Football Manager, right? Yeah, I think so too. My biggest doubt with that is actually a decision I came up with myself. Jones has scored a lot of his goals as a poacher. Yates has scored a lot of his goals as some sort of poacher. And I want to use them as target man and shadow striker within this season. That's basically this. Or maybe this. Yeah, maybe this. So I want to use them that way this season. For a shadow striker, I think he's capable at this point. He's got a good finish. But his decision making could do with some improvement, same as the remainder of his physicals. I don't care that much about the passing. I do not expect him to do creative passing, so that's not a problem to me. He will take more risks though, but that's just in the rule. So, yeah. Maybe not a great decision. Maybe he needs to be restricted to just finish all the time. That said, we can tell him to shoot more often and hope for the best. And in Holt's case, right, this is Holt. This is not Yates. But Yates is basically the same, just without jumping retread. These two, they are rather similar. So in Yates' case, I think he's strong enough and he has decent heading and decent jumping and balance. He can score from time to time, sure. He isn't great laying off passes, but he's not horrible at it. If we look at technique overall, it's not like he's a deep lying forward, but he's not that bad at it, actually. This is one of these cases where I think he might lay off a pass from time to time, so that's okay. He's wanted by Pony Brennan Hammondford, though. And in Holt's case, that feels somehow similar, right? He's not fantastic, but technicals are okay too. That's on this level, that's probably not a common occurrence. So seen from that perspective, short passing play might be an idea. I will go through the inverted wingers too now. This is not a primary option, but Mohamed Toker as an inverted winger. He's not fast. Technicals though, work rate, teamwork, even the off-the-ball movement to a degree is okay. So in a short passing setup, he can probably do. He's also tall for some reason. But the primary option here will be the model citizen guy that comes in. Let's have a look at him. Morgan Moody. So Morgan Moody is another thing. Morgan Moody is really fast. We will play him out here, so this will take a bit of time. But for our level, this is good. And he also knocks ball past the opponent, which is fine, because his dribbling is worse than his acceleration and pace. He doesn't have great composure. So, but in the end, knocking the ball past the opponent is probably a good idea for him. I like that. Also, he has good off-the-ball movement. This, not so much. But what can you do, right? So maybe the model citizen makes up for it. And on this wing, I think the primary option is Terry Copp at this point. And Terry Copp is not horribly slow, but again, he's more of a technical guy. Weirdly focused on first touch and technique, though. That said, off-the-ball movement is fine. Decisions and composure are fine. These are attributes that are highly undervalued. You know, sometimes it feels to me like everybody wants to see physical, some sort of physical performance on the pitch. Like this is 14-14, and the white defenders have like values of 4 or 5. Then sure, you can overrun the opponent. True, works every single time. But on the other hand, decision making and stuff plays a decent role in Football Manager too. So it might not be that flashy all the time, but in aggregate, I think it has an effect. And if we can get it, why not use it? We may still get better physicals over time. Most of these players are somewhat young. So, are there any other concerns from your perspective that come to mind? Because I think I agree with the strikers in general. I also think that Gibson can score a goal or two. So with if we say Jones, Adam Jones, I think it's viable to include Mr. Gibson too, because despite his young age, he managed to score 5 or 6 goals last season. That's not too shabby from Metzala. Okay, cool, but most of these are not. They are set to expire. Right. So we need to go through these. The Chief Scout doesn't look that impressive. That's just due to the fact that he has no other scouting knowledge. Do we have... No, this is the wrong menu. Cool. So I want to look at scouts. But I think we had a look at it, right? We didn't find anyone with other scouting. Yeah. There's no additional stuff here. So none of these have scouting knowledge outside Wales. And if there is scouting knowledge outside Wales, it will probably be England. Yeah, so in this case, extensive in England. Doesn't matter though. We have scouting knowledge in England, don't we? In fact, it's unrestricted. Given by Kelvin Strong, who is a performance analyst for us. So England is of no use to us at this point. Jay Wilkes, Connor Davies, Adam Jenkins, not great either. Jackson Hall, these are all either Welsh or English. Northern Ireland would be great. I think that's missing at this point. Yeah. So, no idea about this. I guess we can extend the contract of the Chief Scout, because, you know, why not? I think I tried to extend it for less money. That didn't work. So let's extend his contract for another season. Because I still want to get rid of him once we have scouting knowledge somewhere else. Yeah, maybe we can go with 7 though. He wants 8. Okay, fine. He can have another year on 8. Gareth Rowland is the U19 manager. He's iron-willed. I like that. Scouting knowledge, there's nothing to speak of. It's in fact, I wouldn't want to rely on him for scouting. But I think we brought him in as a coach though. Yeah, we brought him in for the coaching. He has decent mentals. So we brought him in for the coaching and that's it. I think we should offer him an additional contract. Let's not overcomplicate things. 15 euros per week is... He's not currently interested. He might leave. Stephen Richards is a goalkeeping coach. He is our current goalkeeping coach. This first team, yes. Apparently it is. 1.5 stars each. That's not great. Goalkeeping coaches are really hard to come by though. So if we can keep him, I'd rather keep him. He wants another 15. Sure, let's try 9. That's too far off, and we gotta offer him 15 at this point. Julian Jenkins is a coach. He's unambitious. I don't like that at all. What's his coaching duty though? It's this guy. So, yeah. He's a 2-star coach in technical defending. Can we get someone that's better? Unlikely. Maybe we can get someone for less money, but it would probably include a really lengthy search. So we're looking for a coach that is better. That's not that many, is it? Why is Alex Jones? Oh. So Alex Jones is on this list for the really good mentals, and that's it. That said, none of these look really impressive. And I do not want to look through them for, you know, another 5 hours. So I guess Julian Jenkins can stay for another season. Also, the amount of money is really minuscule. So maybe we can get him to reduce his wage demands a little bit. Apparently not. Ben Lee, director of football. He's not great at what he does. That said, he comes up with some sort of recommendations all the time that are really out of my know-how zone. Or the entire club's. Do we want to keep him as the director of football? Sure, why not? Right. It's not like we can get somebody with scouting knowledge somewhere else, I think. Same here, let's have a look at the possible directors of football that we know of. It's part of the recruitment team though. Yeah, wow. That's... Well, he would come with scouting knowledge in England, so I guess that's a plus. But it feels like most of these have either scouting knowledge in England or scouting knowledge in Wales. So we might as well stick with what we have. This is obviously not what we're looking for anyway. Looking for these. But assuming I want to sign Neil Line, whatever. If we compare him to our director of football, if I can find him, there he is. Yeah, there's stuff that's better with him, sure. But I guess we could try to sign him. Not for the coaching and stuff though. But maybe he's cheaper. Never mind. Yeah. So that's part of the story, I guess. Let's offer him a new contract. Have him for another year. Yeah, and just like everyone else, he's unwilling to go down with his money. This physio fairly pro, yeah, that's not too bad. The problem is, I think, again with the money. So we could get physiotherapy 6. That would be better, except for the amount of money that they want. He wants €7. He's 1 point. He's 2 points better. Yeah, it's still. I don't want to do that. He has low determination. I don't like the personality. Not in the staff, but we have a decent one. Let's keep what we have. Where is it? He's not great, but he's getting there. He was on 7, right? He was on 8. Okay. There we go. James Townsend is on €10 a week. I don't think it matters much. Let's just keep it as it is. And then there's the head of youth development. I think we had a look previously. Not in this stream, but we had a look at him. He wants an improvement in wage, does he? Yes, he does. I will offer you 25, man. No, with a 2 in front. Sure. Cool. So much for contracts. So one of our contracts will expire, and he will probably leave. I forgot who it was though. I think one of the the manager it was, right? It was the manager. So maybe if we can find somebody. Sad story that Roberts doesn't want to be manager. I think we can go through this. Who's attracting interest? Kai Clay is, well, these two will come in. Adam Jones, that's hard. We might lose him. Gary Byrne, same, but we've got a playmaker coming in. Harry Martin, that wouldn't be great, but not the worst of it. Same with Moody. Anthony Richards, yeah, he would be a replacement for one of the other two. And Toby Yates, we would need to do withhold in that situation. I will not do that. We look weak in these positions because the new players aren't there yet. Seen from that perspective, really, I don't know, Football Manager's system for these meetings is kind of appreciated what they're trying to do there, but it just doesn't work. One gets recommendations for all kind of stuff. We should go through this, shouldn't we? I don't think I had much of a look at this throughout the last season, because, well, we got it to the club and we knew what was expected. So, club vision is... Oh, this is this. Sure. So, we need to work within the wage budget. That's not a big problem. Wage budget is much higher than what we want it to be. And we need to grow the club's reputation. That's hard to do, because there's no improvement on the club's reputation just yet. On the other hand, it cannot decline. It is required that we do, though. Not sure how to do this, other than winning the league. And finishing in the top 4. I don't like that very much. It's really ambitious for a club like this. So, matches-wise, there's nothing to tell right now. Transfers? This is all from last season, isn't it? And for some reason, we signed a lot of players from, the United Kingdom. How can that be a thing? The squad supports us very much. Oh. This is an interesting menu. I have never seen this. In fact, this is a fantastic menu. So there are no unhappy players in the club and so on and so forth. Yeah, sure. In fact, we just try to improve the club atmosphere here. That's great. And the supporters are unhappy with the performances of the players. Okay. Very interesting. So we can have a look at this and at least see what the supporters think of it. We should probably have a look at this on a repeated basis throughout the season. Also, this is probably a good idea. Yeah. So let's go through the squad and we'll have a look at their expected playing times. But we might as well do that later on. That said, some of these have playing times that are much too high, don't they? Adam Jones considers himself to be an important player. I can live with that. He's much too expensive though. So 70 euros and 25 per goal. Let's see. Okay. We could demote him to regular starter. And that's not too shabby. That's, I realize. It's €5 down. Still, it's something. Also, we decreased his playing time from important player to regular starter. That should be better. Sam Jones is an emergency backup, and he doesn't get paid. Did Ishak get paid? No. So that's good. Oh, he does get paid though. He does not get extra money. That said, he's an assistant manager to us, so that's fine. Michael Kelly doesn't get paid at all. He's a youngster. Fine with me. Mickey Lewis is considered a squad player. No, he's considered a fringe player. I think that's fine. I don't like the amount of money we pay him though. Pay him. Can we reduce that? 65, 10, and 9. My problem here is he's the captain. So I would want him high up on in the hierarchy too, right? We can go as far down as an emergency backup. Not sure if that's a good idea. Nah, we want to play him, right? So maybe let's go with Fringe instead. Just as we did. This is much more expensive than what we have. That's not better. This will end up in the exact same area, will it? Yeah, to a degree. Okay. Harry Martin is considered a squad player. He's paid €60 per appearance. I guess he's an important player to us. I wouldn't want to rely on him too much though. Squad player is okay. I cannot imagine him not playing throughout the season. And this is not too far off. I'd rather give him a clean sheet bonus every single time. So this might end up more expensive, but I'd rather have him perform for it. He might not insist on it, so okay, he insists on that. So if he keeps a clean sheet every 6th game, then it's the same. But clean sheets are really important for wins. Pablo Martinez is not employed with us right now. Gary Moody. Gary Moody doesn't seem that great, does he? He isn't paid. He's a youngster. Fantastic. Muhammad Toker. He's really friggin' expensive. So we need to give him position as a regular starter and get down his wage. Nah. He's on 150 right now. 150 and 9 for an assist. So let's try to get him down to a reasonable amount. And I will keep his assist bonus. I don't care much about the assist bonus, he can have that. Hopefully he will accept this. Sure. So now we pay him 50 euros per match less, in case he makes an appearance. But we pay him the same amount if he has an assist. Or more if he has additional assists. I think this is good for us. This basically hedges the risk of non-performance to a degree. And also we got him down from regular starter to squad player, I think. Which is really important given that somebody else will come in to take his position. There's not even a reason to hedge this, is it? No. He doesn't care about money apparently. At least not from this perspective. Yeah, okay, that's too much. Great. That reduced expenses a lot. Anthony Richards is not with the club yet, and it's unlikely that he will be. Jamie Roberts, yeah, he doesn't get paid. He's also emergency backup, is he? He is. Gavin Trainer. Gavin Trainer thinks he's a future prospect, and we pay him €0 for it, so that's fine. Youth Tumulty, 160 euros on appearance. We play him on the wrong wing. He's not that fantastic. In fact, I think he might be a bit overrated in comparison to the rest. Wouldn't say he's bad, though. Breakthrough prospect, and he wants to be squad player. He's 20. That's a new deal, okay. That settles that matter. Pretty Wild doesn't get paid, and I don't think he needs to be paid. Elliot Williams. Oh yeah, sure. Then there's Toby Yates. For some reason, we don't pay Toby Yates. If Pontypridd or Amanford make an offer, we should counter that. Toby Yates deserves some money at this point. Also, what's his playing time? He's considered a youngster and thinks he's a breakthrough prospect. Yeah, that's wonderful. Chris Adair is a youngster, doesn't get paid either. Gary Byrne is considered a fringe player or a squad player from his perspective. The appearance bonus isn't that. I'm not that happy with that. And this is mostly due to the fact that he doesn't perform. 3 assists in 19 appearances. We can have him be squad player, sure. Yeah, and if he doesn't like it and the other playmaker plays all the time, then somebody else will have taken his place and we can just let him leave. Same here. I'd rather give him more for the assist. He might not accept it though. Depends. Let's give him 30, whatever. Okay. Let's reduce this. He does not insist on it, does he? Nope. Unambitious players are weird. He doesn't insist on any of it, so that's fine. We reduced his wage a little bit. Kai Clay, well, he has a new contract. I don't know about his circumstances there. Coleman will not remain. Terry Cobb is paid 55 per appearance, considered a squad player. I still think that squad player is fine. And he wants more money. Let's try to get him down to below 55. That will be really hard to do though. Have something like this, man. Sure. As long as he performs, we will pay him much more money. If he doesn't, though. Ah, he insists on it, see? That's not bad. Okay, cool. Adrian Doherty doesn't get paid. He's considered a youngster, that's fine. Darren Evans, I think he will get paid, yes, but not much anyway. With that amount of money, I'm not so sure if I want to renegotiate this at all. He's considered a squad player. Squad player is fine to me. Yeah, and this is much more expensive. Is he wanted by anyone? Nobody wants him. Fine. So that's good. Because we can walk away from this deal now. I did not get through the entire squad, but more or less, I think the squad statuses were okay. And we renegotiated some of the deals to get them a bit lower. It will not have much of an effect though. If only we could give them real contracts, that would be great. Just part-time contracts. I would love to do that. Yeah. I'm not sure if we need to do any signings at all going forward. I guess if somebody comes in that is really interesting and available for cheap. That said, with the money doesn't seem the top priority right now. A bit of a weird feeling to me, but this club has money to a degree. They want us to finish up in the top 4. So, this should be our goal. Sure. He never trained in any other position, but sure. If you say so. One problem that comes with all of the reflecting on tactics and stuff is, at least for now, I'm not that sure what the best tactic for this squad is. I think we will get a playmaker that has decent passing, at least for next season. So some short passing setup is probably viable. I'm playing through the playmaker all the time for the creativity. But we do have the option to play towards the target man. That said, it feels like this is not an Ishak or Holmstrom scenario. It's not like we're absolutely dominating the league from a physical point of view. Barry Jones, spirited winger. So what's the matter with him? We scouted him. Yeah, he's on the short list. I think he's on the short list for a reason, but I'm not excited by the prospect of signing him that much. So I guess he can remain on the shortlist. Mike Morris is one of the new ones. Oh. We should do some training for the U19, shouldn't we? So he tries long-range passes. I think that's fine. He has decent passing. This is a deep-lying playmaker. Yeah, I agree with that. That said, deep-lying playmaker is something that he might need to do from defensive midfield, so we might want to teach him. And seen from that perspective, ball control training is not the most important thing here. The most important thing is probably attacking movement. He might also take free kicks, if he can learn it. Joshua Rose has low endurance. He's considered a Metzala for some reason. Not sure why that is. I guess with the acceleration there's some sense to this. Doesn't have great flair though. Finishing is not that great either. Assuming if we drop him on deep line playmaker though, he doesn't have vision. That's a problem. So maybe I can see the Metzala after all. I don't like that very much, but as a passing option he's fine, and it uses some of his attributes. That's true. So, assuming that we play him as a Metzala, he would need to have a secondary position as a shadow striker, at least with us. So let's focus on that. And that might include stamina and work rate, same as Metzala role. So that's fine. Toby Yates' attacking movement is no longer a weakness. Sure. Same can be said about anything though. Jumping reach, for example, is no longer a weakness. It's a weakness for a target man though. So we'll keep that. Adam Jones shows no improvement with ball control training. Yeah, that's unsurprising though, given the level of our training. Also, it's holidays. We should put him on... No, he's on long throw training and it doesn't help. Well, we could put him on... No, there's no specific training for teamwork, is there? There is, but not, you know, no individual training, no additional focus. No, let's keep him there. He will probably get his match experience in this position, so that's fine. And Freddy Wilds should not be a throw-in taker. Sure, I agree with this. He's really bad at it. On the other hand, we might as well teach him long throws for the time he remains with the club. Or crossing, really, who cares? Three staff members sign a new deal, sure. And same does James Townsend for the U19. For some reason, he's in a new message. Alex Holt isn't to be considered a squad player, this says. So Holt and Yates are not up here. That's all fine. Happy with all of these. So assuming Alex Holt doesn't need to, he's unhappy with the standard of strength coaching. Is he? Well, cool. Same as me, I guess. We could do with better coaching here, sure. Done by Sam Jones. Great. Yeah, he barely knows how to lift. So we could do with additional stuff with a strength coach. And we get one. We need a fitness coach, man. And a sports scientist. Yo, welcome to the stream.
Thanks for the follow.
Thank you very much for that. So let me know what brings you here. Anything in particular other than obviously Football Manager? No, I don't know. Is there anything in particular you're interested in? Alright. You're fine with FM? Well, that's great. So this is a safe in Wales. You probably noticed prior to coming in here. Yeah, this is a safe in Wales. This is Taffs Well FC. This is the second club within this safe. The first one was Jidderhockdals IK. Both of those are rather small clubs. And given that this is the second season now, well, it's not there yet. We're in pre-season. We did most of the transfer business, a lot of free signings, got rid of Deadwood, and now all of a sudden we are expected to finish fourth in the league. Last time we finished like 10th or something. So I'm not so sure if this is achievable. We'll see. Chairman seems a bit ambitious. And there's a lot of money in the club for some reason. The goal is to finish in the top 4. At least their goal is. So I guess that's mine. And if we're talking long term, I really stumbled into this to a degree. Because I started this off stream, the save, just like every season. I did, a nobody hobo, know nothing manager, and just went with whoever would take me. That was either Hockdals IK, and we got them promoted 2 times within 6 years. And afterwards we got fired because we were unable to hold the position in the second league. In Sweden, which is there's quite a big gap in Sweden between the third and the second league. So yeah, club went up, went professional, and you can't spend money that's not available. I probably should have, but yeah, we got fired. They went down anyway, by the way. Yeah, happens. That's all on YouTube in case you're interested. But uncut streams. So if you brought another 200 hours or something, feel free to watch those. Or skip through them, really. There's a lot of stories in there. And now this is Taffs Well. So, I don't know, are you interested in parts of the squad, or I guess we could talk tactics too. Oh, yeah, that happens. But given that it's a journeyman save, you're willing to move on anyway, right? How did that happen in your case? If you're willing to talk about it. And I guess I mentioned, now that I mentioned that all of this, the entire conversation will go up on YouTube. So yeah, we try to be family friendly here, at least to a degree. But don't share anything that you do not want on the internet. That's the only thing I'm willing to say. But I'll happily talk about your save too. No sports scientist. There was, but we get a coach. So we get a coach. Coach is good. Now we need a fitness coach, right? Everybody's complaining about the lack of the quality of the strength coach and so on. So we need a fitness coach. Can we find one? Probably not. This will be really horrible. So forget about this. Let's have a look at fitness coaching. Cool. He's a manager. Yeah, he seems like he would be willing to work as a fitness coach immediately. Also, his mentals are really interesting. It sounds like Gladbach, though. Yeah, that happens. Because, if you overachieve at one point, all of a sudden they think you can pull it off every single season. That's just football. It's really hard, I guess, in real life as well as in Football Manager to remain within a club at a certain point. This guy, or well, I don't know. Welsh football is interesting. Or as one of the watchers said, Make a Billion, quote, "Get off this rock," unquote. I guess I won't. But it was funny to me at that time. Yeah, the problem is we need a coach, not a manager. He will not sign as a manager, as a coach, will he? He will sign as a coach for money that we don't have. I will not spend that money. So the rest of our coaches are like on 10 euros a week. We cannot afford this. Or we could for one season maybe. And then, all the money would be spent. So I'm not doing that. On the other side, we could get fired. But the strength coach will probably not change that. Being fired or not being fired. So yeah, we're looking for a strength coach. I could probably use the attribute filter at that point. So these will all be new gens at this point. You might have noticed this is 2029 or something, so the save's been going for a while. I actually considered starting a new save after we got fired at Jeder Hochdahl's IK, but decided to use this as some sort of half-assed journeyman save. Just go forward and see where it ends up, right? And also, this stuff happens all the time with us. 15-year-olds that are not even available yet get poached for some reason by English clubs. So Wales is really great, because apparently every friggin' talent that exists ends up in Bradford City or with Chelsea or wherever. In the first team, I guess the star player is Jones. That's not an easy decision to make, but he's a perfectionist, and I want to try him as a shadow striker. We did to a degree. He's definitely capable to score. I'm not so sure if coming from midfield is a good idea for him. Yeah, his finishing is really great, and we signed him as an 18-year-old. He came in, and within the first 11 appearances, he scored like 12 goals. Afterwards, he dropped off, like a lot. But we also changed formation because we were done for the league, right? We ended up in midfield, and that was fine. We did not get relegated. This was what was expected of us. So there's a slight problem with him, though. He's a perfectionist. That's fantastic. So obviously not the best personality, but probably second best personality in the game. Problem is, he's also outspoken, volatile, and confrontational. So, I'm not sure if you're aware of those diagrams of the personality, with the, I think it's 8 to 10 dimensions or something, with professionalism, ambition, and so on. He scores really high on some of these and really low on others. Yeah, you know those. Okay, so most players of Football Manager do. Given that he's a new gen, I could slap this into a calculator and probably get estimates for the values at this point. But to a degree, one knows them by heart. Perfectionist is really good ambition and really good professionalism. But I think he's how was it? His loyalty isn't necessarily very good. Yeah, and I think he is not very resistant to pressure, specifically. Also, high controversy, given this. This is like, don't talk to him if you don't have to. The argument can be made, so I don't want to insult anyone, but the argument can be made that he should have some sort of southern heritage. I don't know, Italian or Spanish or something like this. Because he seems to have short fuse. Let's put it that way. And I hope this is not considered racist. But yeah, that's probably the best player we have. There's other players. Yeah, they are. And so hopefully we can keep him. There's also, just to bring this up in his position, there's also... Where's Gibson? Here's Gibson. Ryan Gibson is a former 17-year-old. His personality is not great, at least at first glance. He's unambitious. Unambitious and media friendly, so this is... Right? He talks to the newspapers and also he has no ambition. That's it. These traits he included whilst training with us, so for a year. And I think this is some sort of an edge case. He played a decent amount of times as a Mezzala more often than not. He didn't score much for a Mezzala, but in the end he got to it. He scored like 5 or 6. There were a lot of chances created with him included that were not going that great. But if I look at this overall, feel free to ignore the bot. If we look at this overall though, there's a slight improvement here. I'm not... It's redistribution and as well as improvement to a degree. So he might not be at the lower end of professionalism. Yeah, exactly. And for this level, he's... I'm struggling to argue that he's great, but I'm also struggling to argue that he's not good enough for this team. Because work rate and stamina are really good. He puts those on the pitch, he has great off-the-ball movement, and we can see that time and time again. And all that's missing is a little better mentals on an 18-year-old and a little better technique. Not technique specifically. Yeah, exactly. I think so too. He can do both of these. He's not that strong. I would love to have that on a box-to-box midfielder though, Sharon Nollet. So, I don't know. But given the experience he has right now, he wasn't horrible, and he made a lot of appearances. There's some flexibility to him too, given that he can, rotate in midfield. So I guess he's one of our better players. And then, to be frank, I would need to look into the overview here. Yeah. We're talking, you're trying to get to those players that are on non-contract and poach them and get them into the club. I'm not sure if I'm from Germany, by the way. So yeah, okay, yeah, I got that. Yeah, but it's the same. It's the same the other way around, right? So there's problems with that. We did bring in some additional players though. For example, Pablo Martin is here. That's a trial list. That looks decent, right? He's not with another club though, I think. That looks decent. That said, he's a 28-year-old. But planning long term is not a thing here. So, do we want him? I don't know. He's not a great jumper, he's not that strong. For a central defender, that is, right? The rest of it looks decent, more or less. Even if we include composure. That's not that bad. But, so let's compare him to what we have, alright? The comparison with Sam Jones I can probably leave out. But, where's Feldstedt? Slow. We'll take our time here. So his name is Pablo Martinez, and Elif Feldstedt is a loanee that we had for the last season. He will come in on a permanent transfer. He's not the greatest central defender, but I want to compare him to Martinez despite that. Yeah, Martinez, despite that. Yeah, so attribute-wise, if we look at this, I think the technical department is more or less the same. It's more or less a wash. I don't care much. In the mental department, Pablo Martinez is better. There's no debate about that, I think. And he's got some strength to him. So that's not too shabby. We also need to look and compare him with Cole Gibbings. That's another central defender that comes in. Physicals wise, this seems on level. Yeah. So it's mostly about the mentals, really. Yeah, it's about the mentals. That said, mentals are important. So I guess Pablo Martinez might be an idea. And I don't mind the trade that much. It's not horrible. He will not. Oh, also he has second nationality in Spain, so I guess I like that too. Um, to be, an older player with a foreign nationality is always interesting for scouting purposes. If we can get him to be staff at one point, but this is really long-term planning and will not affect us. Not right now. Also, acceleration and pace, by the way, are decent. I liked it. So we will actually try to sign him, yes. And all those promises can go away. I do not want that. Yeah, and if he wants to be regular starter, sure, why not? That's a problem though. So we have that money. Yeah, but that will not happen. Like, the chairman is much too ambitious for this. We will probably get fired sooner or later. We gotta be realistic about that. That said, I'm not the one to blow all the money on single players. I brought in, or I will bring in a month, a model citizen from an English club that had similar expenses. So we can do that. But we gotta be aware that this is damn friggin' expensive for this club. That said, I think we're bleeding money anyway. So it's not like I'm fatalistic and saying it doesn't matter anymore. It's more like we need to fire the entire staff and pay nobody a single cent to be in the black. So in the end, we will need to go up. Might be. Or he will leave the club immediately after signing, 5 games in. If somebody else comes and bids for him. That'll do, won't it? Sure. So, and that's a big if Holyhead and Airbus UK do not sign him. Yeah. That's a hard one to do though. So to be fair, I think this is more of a conceptual thing. I was willing to part with some players that were decent performance-wise, but they didn't really fit they didn't fit the thing I had in my mind. For example, it's in the old videos, but we might as well show you here. On transfers out, we had, this is transfers though. We let some leave, but they are not. What the hell? This is the old season, is it? Yeah, this is the old season, and the new season isn't included here. There's some players missing here. Actually, quite a lot. That sure, this is the old season, and I cannot go to the new one yet. Cool. But we had let some players leave. For example, we had a 31-year-old that was quite an important member of the squad. O'Dowell, McDowell, O'Dowell, McDonald, whatever. And he was a wingback or fullback. Really pacey. Good tackling, good aggression, and the rest of it was shit. Like, absurdly bad. He had like 3 points of dribbling, and crossing was not much better. So despite that, he accomplished something that I wasn't expecting of him. He had decent performances. Might have been due to the age, but his mentals were shit either. Anyway, so they were as bad as the technicals overall, with the exception of the tackling and the aggression. But he performed well due to the physicals, I think. He had the pace to cope for it to a degree. But on the other hand, we conceded time and time again on that wing. So I wasn't really happy with him. And now we're basically using a 20-year-old or an 18-year-old or something like this. And we brought in an additional wingback that doesn't have that great physicals, but he's better overall. What I call well-rounded most of the time. So maybe that will get us better performances, because none of the options we had available for us were speaking top 4, right? And we need to be in the top 4, at least according to the chairman. So yeah, we'll see how that goes. Because last season I was more concerned with relegation, and all of a sudden everybody expects us to be top 4. On the other hand, it's a challenge, and if we get fired, we might move on somewhere else. That's it. It's football. I really love those long-term saves, though. I guess I don't want to be pessimistic about it. We can do that, maybe. Well, hopefully. But on the other hand, I really enjoyed to have the long-term save with the other Hawkdals IK. I like that. If you can build stuff and, you know, move forward incrementally. I guess I'm a fan of that approach in general. That might come from software development, though. It's basically, that's what I do, or what I did for a living up until recently. So, yeah. Incremental improvement is always good to me. His name is Bacon. We definitely need to sign him. In fact, he's not bad for this level. And he has fitness coaching. This is... How many is this? 20, 27, 29. That's not too bad. I could. The problem is I have no idea about video editing, though. So, despite being a software developer by education and I guess experience, I'm a backend guy. I'm the guy for structured data and decision making and that stuff. I'm the guy for strategic decisions, more or less. So doing front-end stuff or whatever you can see is probably not my strong suit. I obviously I can do some of it to a degree, and I was able to slap together stuff in OBS, but I'm not great at it. Neither with, you know, smileys, some sort of whatever is useful on Twitch. So yeah, I might get there at some point though, or I don't know. If this ever, oh, he's cheap too. But this really this is a problem of the egg and the chicken, basically, because once this say this Twitch channel would start to earn some money for some reason, and at the moment it's pennies, like seriously it's pennies. So I think we've been monetized for a month now, and we're talking like $5, right? But the thing is, I spent more on electricity for doing this. So also we need sound insulation. Like, hopefully this doesn't sound like a bathtub right now, but I watched one of the older streams recently, and my cushioning for this looks like this. Because, well, I need to put something on the wall to soundproof it. So there's the odd little expenses that come prior to, you know, finding somebody that can edit YouTube videos. If I don't want to do it myself. And if I want to do it myself, this is not my job. I have a real job. Yeah, you don't have to sub. Like, just take your time, right? And with subscriptions, we have one subscription right now. A former colleague of mine and a really good friend of mine to a degree. I like him very much. But he did it to motivate me, more or less, I think. And I appreciate that. So that's fine, and, you know, I guess nobody should say I do not want your money. Because that's just not true. I will take money if somebody offers money. That's just the way it is. And also we can get this guy as a fitness coach. Maybe he can improve her coaching somewhere. But the thought process is like this. Subscriptions are thrown to 50% towards Twitch. So why would you subscribe? I guess there's benefits that, you know, no ads will be shown, but yeah, but so for somebody that cares a lot about money to a degree, because it spells freedom to me, we can talk about happiness in life and financials like 4 hours, no problem. That's really an interesting topic to me overall. But 50% of whatever you're willing to offer me for that subscription get thrown towards Twitch. So that doesn't feel viable to me. This is why I included the sticker bot. That sticker bot is for 1 bit per sticker. But at least you get something for it, right? Let me show that. And nobody ever used it other than me myself. So we can be honest here too. Maybe that's just not something that appeals to any audience at all. Or it's not been around for long, right? But that sticker stuff, at least you can be funny with that stuff. Where is it? So I don't know. If Explosive Birthday Cake, one of the other watchers, comes around again and does some sort of, I don't know, horny comment, just like in a previous stream, we can use this. At least that's moderately funny, right? So, and also 80% of whatever you spent there, the entire 1 bit, which resembles a penny, at least 80% of that can come towards me, so it doesn't get eaten by Twitch. And the remaining 20% go towards the developer. Or, I don't know, you can just cheer if you want to support, right? Because the cheering ends up, the whole pack, whatever you cheer ends up with me. So, whilst Twitch obviously offers the infrastructure, they will probably not care if they earn an additional 20 pennies or not. So, seen from that perspective, there's intelligent spending. I don't know, right? We will have a difference in opinion at some point. Seriously, I. At, so to just for you both, but let's have a look. Is he around? Nah, he's not around yet. So one of the regular watchers of the stream has the Nick Explosive birthday cake, and we have vastly different opinions on tactics sometimes. To the degree that it feels like we're fighting, right? Thank you very much. But and this kind of conversation is really it's interesting though, because the best feedback you do not get whilst getting opinions that are your own. The best feedback you get from I guess this is an English word, I'm not sure. Heterogeneity, you know, different people, different background, different opinions on that. Yeah, I will not play that. I never did. But I might try at some point. And there's another regular that really likes a 4-1-4-1, but a 4-1-4-1 with 2 shadow strikers or whatever, 2 attacking midfielders. Like there's a holding midfielder in defensive midfield, 2 center backs, and he commits forward. He likes to go attacking. I don't know if his default tactic is overload, but it feels that way, at least from what I know. I'm not sure if I understand. Yeah, but anyway, everybody's got their preferences, right? For example, I do not think possession football is pleasing. Oh, who the hell are you? Yeah, but still, we played possession football with Wiederholtgals IK, with the village club in Sweden for 4 or 5 years because it was required, and I wouldn't say I hated every single second of it, but sometimes I hated it. Like I want to go for the shot sometimes. I do not necessarily want attacking football, but sometimes possession football is really annoying to me. I did it anyway. So also I think I try to follow that approach too, just like Sharon Elliott. But I want to be honest about that. Sometimes I have a really hard time figuring out what's the strength of the squad, despite me signing those players. And somebody like this, I cannot leave. He's professional. Yeah, it says professional here. Professional and level-headed. So that's good professionalism and decent loyalty. The worst of it will be signing him. But we're talking an 18-year-old from Wales. And we will definitely not find a loan move for him because he will come in on a non-contract. That's it. Yeah. No problem. For that amount of money immediately, and afterwards we will sign him for, nothing. Südtirol! Well. As long as it works, I call it success. So there's a match on Sunday here. I guess this counts as no match. And we cannot have a match preview here. Why is that? Oh, they do not have. Did we fire an analyst in the U19 or something? Whatever, let's do this. And this here. Fantastic! This is what I want my preseason schedule to look like. Don't tell me to do physical training. Oh, I guess we should, but we didn't have a single case of jadedness. And we can use attribute points everywhere with this club. So yeah. I hope it didn't. How do I put this? Being live on the internet all the time with that save requires that you talk about stuff that is really uncomfortable from time to time. So the entire financial topic, whilst I enjoy a lot of it, like investing, happiness in life, I don't know, just dealing with expenses, budgeting. I should probably be an accountant. I'm not though. Also, corporate finances. I have no idea about that kind of stuff, but I have a certain interest in it. So whilst I enjoy that very much, I feel like on a stream it can be off-putting to talk about this, right? So I'm trying to be transparent with that, and sometimes I feel like this is not very entertaining, if that makes sense. But the thing is, I do Football Manager. I do Football Manager on a 13-year-old CPU. And, well, I've got decent, free screens and whatever you expect of a software developer. But this is not entertaining at all. This is pre-season. Like, if not for the talking, this would probably be as boring as it gets. Because we really need to get towards a friendly. The last stream the entire stream was 4 hours of player signings and talking about the future possibilities of this and that. And this is probably the shortest preseason we ever had, considering that we managed in Sweden previously. And in Sweden, preseason was like 5 months. It felt like this. Because if you get thrown out of the cup in Sweden, you have like an 11-week... yeah, well, it's a... To be more specific, the hardware is a 2500K. An old Intel i5. Sandy Bridge. This is one of those that you can undervolt by 30%. Guess what I did? And then I, overclocked it a little bit despite doing undervolting. So I tell myself most of the time that this is why it still runs like a charm. That said, it's 13 years old. I think the release date was 13 years ago. So you can look up that kind of stuff if you want to. But if I toss that one into the bin, no, it's not a baked potato. It's the other way around. It's the I did increase the clock rate by a minor degree. It runs for, I don't know, it runs at 3.9 gigahertz per core or something, and default clock is, I don't know, 3.3 to 3.6 or something like this, with hyper threading. No, not hyper threading, what's it called? It was introduced back then, the dynamic increase in clock rate. Definitely not. Definitely not, no. But this thing is so it comes with a default voltage which is much too high, and that default voltage I reduced, and afterwards I slapped a Noctua cooler on top of it. So Noctua coolers back then were pretty good. So it's not hot, and in summer it basically has the same temperature as the environment, more or less. So if I get all the dust removed from the cooler, then sometimes it runs at like 25 degrees Celsius. Like seriously, there's no the physical force that usually damages CPUs or hardware in general. It's not about being hot or being cold. It's about changes, right? I'm not a physicist, by the way, but the way it gets broken is if it changes temperature all the time. It's due to the differences in temperature. So if it can keep it cool, all of it, that's fine. All the time. And this is why undervolting is really great. Because, whatever energy is not in the CPU doesn't need to be dissipated. So this is why, at least I think, this is why it took 13 years. and it still runs like a charm. It's not fast though. And every time I look at it, I think to myself, well, you gotta buy a new CPU at some point. But then again, I would need to buy a new board, and well, graphics card is fine, but it got 5 years on its back now too. So he didn't want to come. Well, if he didn't want to come, we can just offer him again, right? This is the way we got taught. Yeah. So much for my CPU. Fine, you can have that money. That's even less than he wants. Than he gets in his old club. So I guess we're superior with a better club. Also, just so you're aware, I need new water, and there was something else. I forgot. Anyway, I need new water and probably chocolate. So I'll do a short break, and I'll be back in a minute and a half. See you. Alright. I wanted to switch on the light. That's it. It's getting dark. I will do that. No, there's chocolate left in this one. Fine. So, I found water. I do not have a seriously sticker yet, no. I put it down though, here. Not sure if you can read this. This is sticker ideas. Done as a computer scientist, you know, with, there's this modern equipment these days. I think I told you about that previously. There's these things that you can put in your hand, and then you can put some sort of analog device below it, and then you can scratch on the surface, and you can take down notes with that. And there's sticker ideas here. It says, seriously, if I can help it, and tactical overhaul with an exclamation mark. So if I ever do specific stickers, I will do those. Yeah, but maybe no promises. But if I can find the time to do it this weekend, for example, I could do something like this. That said, I have no idea. How do you Yes, well, yes. Each sticker has a sound. So, but that's not hard to do, right? Because the sound for seriously is probably seriously, like something like this. If it's my face, it might as well be my voice, right? And I guess I'm borderline capable to scream "tactical overhaul" or whatever, right? So I can do that too. It's not like that's impossible. Or I don't know, in another freaky voice, "tactical overhaul." I don't know, something. But yeah, I need to do it. And photoshopping faces. As I said, I'm not a front end guy. I know somebody though, so maybe I can ask somebody that has an idea how to do this. Because for stickers, it feels you need that fat white border of Arnold. Probably not, but I don't know. I'll be back. Get to the chopper. Not sure. So I don't think that counts. I would need to re-listen to him. Have a nice day, and be sure to feed your phone. Thank you very much for tuning in. Okay. Okay. So some sort of music or something like this? Yeah. Yeah, I need to find a license-free metalcore for that. Because, gotta be true to yourself. So this would be really great. So everybody will switch off the stream immediately once a break occurs. Everybody's like, mute that shit. I guess I would love that. Nah, seriously though. I always think to myself, well, music is something that everybody's got running for themselves anyway. And some of you, I don't know, will probably listen to dubstep right now or whatever. I guess I would endure that. Or I don't know, hip hop, whatever. Everybody's got their own preferences, so me introducing my own music is probably not a good idea to most of you. Also, music comes with a lot of licensing issues, and I'm not sure how to go there. I'm not a lawyer. Yeah. 90s? Yeah, close. On the 9th of November 1989. What the hell? Alright, Martinez comes in. Also, so he's probably gone now, is he? No, he's there. So in case you're still watching, I forgot to answer your question thing at datum. My favorite food is probably a big fat salad with salmon in it. And I know that sounds really boring, but at this point it is. I also like steaks though. And, burgers, pizza, whatever, the usual stuff. Most of this is not that healthy though, so I would rather recommend big fat salad. And the fat, like in olives and feta cheese. No, it wasn't. Because I was born in 1985, and in 1989, I was 4 years old. So it was not a memorable event to me by any stretch of the imagination. Also, I'm from southern Germany. Like, I was born and raised in Stuttgart. This is, it's the other one, not Bavaria. The one to the left, to the west. So we are basically tucked in between France and Bavaria. So seen from that perspective, Like, Berlin is ways away, as is, Eastern Germany. It's not as far away as it can get, but it's not that close. So, yeah. It might have been a big thing for my parents, though. I would need to ask. And given that I'm the oldest one and of the children, so, yeah. No older brother to talk to, or older sister, for that matter. And also, I agree, salmon is yummy. I very much love that. With the fall of the Berlin Wall, or in general? Okay. Um, Actually, I'm not sure how to do this, or how to deal with this, but I will tell you about my thought process instead. So, everybody's got a mother and a father, to a degree. If you're not adopted and with some sort of, two mothers or two fathers, which is a thing in some countries, and probably will be accepted a bit more going forward. But in general, one can assume that everybody's got a mother and a father, biologically speaking. The problem with going too much into detail about the own family is that it intrudes on the privacy of potential brothers or sisters. So, assuming that I have a brother or a sister, I would violate their right to be unknown on the internet. And whilst I'm perfectly willing to talk about my family, I do not feel like this is okay with them if they exist. So, seen from that perspective, I would rather avoid that topic if that's okay with you. But it's not like I'm unwilling to share. It's on their behalf, if that makes sense. I I hope that's a useful explanation to you. It's something very different if somebody shows up by themselves and is represented online, right? Yeah. So I'm trying to figure that out. By the way, it's not like I know what I'm doing. I'm trying to figure out borders, I guess. Yeah, and it's the same with, I don't know, swearing and whatever. Okay. Well, anyway, um, for the fall of the Berlin Wall, though, I have no memories to speak of. Neither for stuff like I don't know, Chernobyl or something like this. Like really big events. At that time, I was too young. Really, I was too young to comprehend, and yeah, that's it. I I'm not sure if there was a major event that I was aware of at that time. I guess the first thing that comes to mind is 9/11, I guess. So that's a major negative event, obviously, that I was aware of when I grew up. But prior to that, I wouldn't want to overstate it, I think. Oh. The problem is that this is accompanied by a concept that in Germany is problematic in general. So that might feel weird to you, but to I guess what I'm willing to say here is nationality in general is a weird concept to a German post Second World War, right? It's not like we're not aware that this is a country and that there's some this concept of nationality and national pride. The problem is we have a really, really weird relationship with it Because if you like, I appreciate the way we do this here, though. It's not like I'm opposed to it. So if you grow up in Germany, in the education system, without visiting a former concentration camp like 5 times in your school career, you're doing something wrong. I don't know. There's some people that could use an additional visit or two, because, you know, politically speaking, they are, I don't know, brain dead, apparently. So it has a purpose. But on the other hand, it's not like we do not. It feels wrong to have national pride as a German. It just feels wrong. Okay. So this is even within Europe. I think it was weird to see that the Germans put little Germany flags on their cars back when they won the World Cup in football, and everybody was like, "I'm not sure if this is a good idea." Like, there will be a Panzer next to me in 2 weeks. We don't like this. And so, seen from that perspective, a major German event is a rather difficult thing to determine, because we don't like to think about things that are specifically German at all. We try to get rid of those, right? Oh, this is Italian culture, interesting, I like that food. This is Mediterranean, great. There's obviously German food too. But we're kind of focused on the remainder of the world, if that makes sense. At least most of us are. I don't want to do wrong on the rest of Germany, but that's the way I feel about it anyway. So I wouldn't know how to answer that. Because, like, I don't care about winning the World Cup for sure. And I guess supplying weapons to Ukraine is a big thing. Yeah, I realize. But no, I'm just trying to I'm trying to determine what a German event would be in that sense. I guess we got rid of Angela Merkel at some point. That's a plus. On the other hand, you know, maybe she saved us from something worse. So I don't know. Yeah, we can confirm that. Welcome back, fellow players. I really don't know. I'm not a historian, not particularly focused in history in general. Yeah, sure. You know, there's popular stuff like the Eurovision Song Contest or something like this, but personally, I don't care. The kind of music I listen to these days, I rarely get to it, is more like screaming and noise. So most of it is, I don't know, American. There's some of it, obviously, that is from Europe in general, but no specific German band comes to mind. So probably another thing. Top 4. That's great. And I will not make promises, right? Yeah, Michael Kelly is, sure, he's annoyed by it. Doesn't matter. Great. That's the meeting. So, also I was busy with my own life, if that makes sense. You know, going through the education system and studying and so on. Yeah. You can argue, so obviously talking to an American, this is like a sensible topic. That's a way to get the channel removed immediately. But if we talk about Democrats versus Republicans and their point of view, first of all, I'm entirely unqualified to talk about this. And second of all, well, some of it seems to come across as a major event for most of the time. But this is more politics. This is more like stances towards certain aspects of politics or however countries deal with stuff. And we all of us grew up very differently. So assuming I would have grown up in, I don't know, let's say Canada, right? Somewhere in the middle of nowhere in Canada, I would probably feel pretty comfortable with a shotgun in my household. Because, you know, if an elk turns up all of a sudden, probably you need one. And if that elk determines that inside your house is a nice location. So maybe that seems reasonable to me. But I didn't. I grew up in a city in Germany. And so my perspective on guns is like, this is fun to shoot in your free time, and afterwards it doesn't belong in my household. So, I don't know. There's no big event, I think, that went down in Germany. Which is a good thing, by the way. There's enough history in Germany that was big events. I can live without those. Also, just to put this on record, I think European countries overall, but especially in Germany, like we buried some stuff that was there hundreds of years ago. Like there's still odd jokes about the relationship to the French or something like this. Oh, it did. But we dealt with it in a, let's say, it worked out moderately well. Certainly, certain aspects could have been improved. But on the other hand, Germany is one of the, economically speaking, one of the richer parts of Europe. There's other areas in Europe that suffered much more. And this is in particular, this is true to all the regions that don't have superior healthcare. And it's not like our German healthcare is top notch all of the time. But if we compare it to, you know, developing countries, seen from that perspective, like, and you know where this ends up, but like, say, Portugal or Greece, or, well, Greece was warm, that's not a good one, but Italy was horrible from the start, because there was no vaccinations and nothing down there. So Italy suffered really hard under COVID, I think. And but also Great Britain comes to mind. The United Kingdom in general has some sort of, I'm not sure about the healthcare system there, how it works, but they had real problems with COVID. And obviously this needs to finish with the United States. Because from a healthcare perspective, the United States are not even a developing country. It's just whatever. As a Europe, this is mind-boggling. As a European, this is mind-boggling. But this brings me back to another point. As a German, I do not feel like I see myself as a German. This might sound weird, but I see myself more as a European. Because there's not that much of a difference between different people. Like, we have our own cultures and different languages and all that stuff, but it doesn't matter really. In the end, we are all humans. So to be European is fine for me. And I'm really happy that we have the European Union from that perspective. And also, given the history, this is a rather unique thing. It's been a rare occasion that in Europe there wasn't a war between different European nations. So, from that perspective, we're perfectly fine. And I would definitely want to keep that. If that makes sense. Because peace is important. And hopefully, you know, that stuff to the east gets resolved at some point. Yeah. That's probably a major event. That's something. I didn't expect war to enter Europe anytime soon. To be fair, it came from the outside. If Russia is not considered to be European, but still, that's a major event. Who the hell is this? He made 5 appearances apparently. I do not know this guy. Let's offer him a try. Let's not offer him a trial. He's Swedish. Who cares? They cancelled our friendly? Hey, you can't do that. So I hope that answers the question. It's a bit excessive probably, but Also, gotta mute my phone here. Is there anything that comes to mind from your perspective that you would associate with Germany or Europe? Like specific things that you think should be important to Germans or Europeans in general? Other than making fun of, the United Kingdom for cutting themselves in the foot, the arm, and probably somewhere else, for, leaving the European Union and then complaining about circumstances not being that great all of a sudden. Well, maybe topic-wise, it's best if we get back to Football Manager in the end. Welcome back. I'm very happy to have you back. A Scientologist. We're talking like the religion, right? Well, I guess that's a major event. I didn't have that much contact with these people, though. I mean, I'm a computer scientist. You probably can guess my religious affiliations. It's with the machine gods. So, yeah. Not a good partner to talk about that kind of stuff. The recruitment analysts, I think they were all too expensive. That was the problem, right? Yeah. They were all like, I want 60 euros a week. And I was like, no! This is what's happening. Sure. To answer the question, by the way, I need to learn how to pronounce your nick. Is it Dengan Datum? What kind of language is this? Is Dengan Datum fine? I'm prone to butchering every single nick in the game, or name. An African name. Oh, okay. I am borderline capable to speak French, if that helps, but otherwise you need to teach me the pronunciation. Deng and Atem. Deng and Atem? I hope that's okay. I want to be respectful with that kind of stuff, you know. Also, I think this is, yeah, it's anonymous enough. I had a conversation about the way certain names are structured, or a specific name, and about the way the person wants to be pronounced and announced at work recently. And I think that did go down well too, because I think this is important to people, their names, and to be mispronounced all the time doesn't feel good. So it's Atem or Deng and Atem. I will try to remember that. I'm also, sometimes I forget stuff, but I will try to incorporate that into my mindset. That makes sense. Sure, playmaker. So I guess Burn plays. This is against Cardiff Cories. So we are expected to win this. We are expected to play the first team as far as it's available. Paul Coleman will not be with us for next season, so that doesn't matter. I do not think we need a coverer specifically for the next season. I'd rather not do that. Pablo Martinez he might be in the first team for next season. For some reason, Feldstad, the imminent end of his loan contract prohibits him from playing. This is so stupid. Okay, this is the way it is. Do we have a goalkeeper? No, he's not here yet. So I guess there's no goalkeeper on the bench. And we can put everybody else on the bench. Because I think the bench is big enough. And transfers will come in a few days. No use putting anyone else on the bench. I don't think we need them. Cool. So let's look through the squad for a second. Why a 5-4-1? There a specific reason for this? Yeah, but in a 5-4-1, so we have two target men, and we have players that have decent attributes in midfield that we want to incorporate too. So either we play a two-striker formation with a target man and a poacher, which I'm not very fond of because I do not have a backup for the poacher, or we play with a shadow striker, drop him back, and use the Mitsala. So the way we do this now is we play a 4-2-3-1 on attacking. There's also a possession-based tactic here, and we have a defensive formation that looks like this, a 4-3-3. So that Metsala drops back. Or the Shadow Striker drops back to be a Metsala. They don't know how to do this. That's a problem. Well, Toker does. And... well, but Cup doesn't. And the problem is, I don't want to overdo it. I'd rather play them where they are accomplished. It's already a big problem that sometimes I'm trying to re-educate players for certain positions. So, also we specifically, training is, this is Wales. They throw rocks for training. They probably don't even have a football for training. So, yeah. Forget about development. There is no player development here other than overall training. I could happily test that. We can put them on defensive training for the entire season, and they will probably not develop in any meaningful way. I'm happy with whatever we can get in terms of training performance. And this is with a club, by the way, that has decent training facilities for some reason. So let's have a look at this. Attacking football with shorter passing. We play against... who do we play against? Yeah, Cardiff Cories. So a 4-2-3-1. Given the formation, I think going for the overlap would be fine. We found out that Roberts had good performances on right back. That's not the same as being the better one. If I look at this feels unconvincing, doesn't it? Wait, could, yeah. But I think this kind of goal setting, so talking from a corporate point of view right now, to have a vision is really important because this gives you something to work towards, right? But I'm more of the guy for incremental improvement all the time, so not the one with the big vision. And this, I think this is two different aspects of a growth mindset, if you want to phrase it that way. So I'm always the one to improve, and I will find out later on where I end up. So I don't have much thoughts on the MLS. I watched a few games. It felt like third league football in Germany to me. Not trying to be condescending or something. I actually enjoy lower league games, but it's not something that is very accessible in Germany, and the MLS was accessible through the Zone, but the Zone grew up to be really friggin' expensive. So I got rid of all of these. I do not watch real football anymore. It feels weird. I like football in general. I kind of stumbled into football more or less through Football Manager, though. I'm one for management games and the grand strategy stuff and these kinds of games. Also, because somebody brought this up, I like RimWorld and that kind of stuff. So this is the type of games, that and role-playing games. That's a lot of my preferences in computer games. But football, watching football on TV was something that Football Manager introduced to me. Or reintroduced to me, if you want to put it that way. Because, you grew up with football. I did. It's a really depressing game and it's fantastic. I very much like that game. I don't think I did a full playthrough though. That would have been an idea. I like Hearts of Iron 3. I very much liked Hearts of Iron 2 and liked Hearts of Iron 3. I'm not so fond of some of the changes that were introduced in Hearts of Iron 4, if that makes sense. But I also do like Victoria, I do like Crusader Kings. I also like the Warhammer stuff. I think Total War and Warhammer in general are two franchises that are well combined. Yes. But to be fair, I didn't. Some of these I didn't play that much. For example, Hearts of Iron 4 I didn't play much. Because it was just off-putting to me. I never quite got to it. But overall, I like it. Like this kind of game. But I like the complexity and the micromanagement. Like, this is something that I enjoy very much. And, well, Hearts of Iron 4 reduced the micromanagement in Hearts of Iron, so I guess that kinda explains it. There's also games like, is it Rise of Industry? There's like these small little games that, as a matter of concept, I very much like, but then I feel like it doesn't have a story and that kind of stuff. Right? So, I feel there's a lot of hidden gems there, but they are off-putting in one way or another. I don't know. For example, good friend of mine introduced me to, I think it's Railway Empire, if I'm not mistaken. That's a great game. It's so in general, I like it bloody and black and white. Like, this is the aesthetic that I like. You can make fun of that all you want, but there's some stuff that like Railway Empire is really colorful, and it's like a cartoonish game to a degree. Not only to a degree, but it's good. I like it, so I played it, and I wouldn't say I would recommend it on anyone, on everyone, but on some people, sure. It's a good game overall. It's just our. uh, I will try that. So the sideline camera, TV, max zoom, highest height. For the more tactical stuff, least height. Okay. Yeah, that's not bad. I feel like that has a different focus than I have though. So that's a lot of to talk about, right? Let me go through these things. So first of all, I will set that back. I realize why you want that though. This feels more atmospheric, I think. It feels more involved in the match. The problem is, it's okay if this is like appealing to you, but I'd rather have the downwards perspective, and there's a trade-off for me. I would probably go. This is not the one. Where is it? This. I would probably go data analyst more often than not if it was not so off-putting. Like, you cannot recognize the players anymore with this. Right? But from a tactical point of view, this is a great perspective. Because this is much better if you want to make tactical decisions. In fact, I should probably do that from time to time. That said, the compromise I ended up with was a sideline camera. I hope that makes sense. And so COD is probably... Is this Call of Duty? Are we talking Call of Duty here? Or is it something else? Yeah, maybe, but on the other hand, this works. Also, we get a penalty. So, let's look at the penalty first. First goal of the friendlies for Adam Jones. And you said data analyst, and then... Zoom in on the data analyst. Skip that. This is zoomed in. Yeah, which makes sense, right? Nah, let's keep it at that for now. Yeah, I did that, but it's still an analyst's camera, right? So in the end, it will not end up, well, much different than this. And to comment on Bele Elohim, just for a second, I think Hearts of Iron in general is great, but I don't know. Hearts of Iron 4 never clicked with me for some reason. Maybe I should try that. Yeah, at one point, but it just doesn't feel like it's worth the effort to me at this point, because of a lot of it got less complicated, and you know me, I like complicated. So, not sure about that. On the other hand, I find myself time and time again, I'm willing to go back to Hearts of Iron 3. So, even Hearts of Iron 2 to a degree. I feel like these games have a lot to offer. Also, some stuff should probably be improved in these games, but they are at the end of their life cycle. The Hurdy with the shot. Who's this? This is Flynn Murray. This should be his job. See that? Okay, that's well intercepted. And with Call of Duty, yeah, well, but let's see. That was a decent chance. And with Call of Duty, I'm a really shitty player for ego shooters. So I think I brought that up time and time again. There's shooters that I like, but it's probably not Call of Duty, and it might not feel like a shooter to you. I guess I played a lot of stuff like Cigarette, and there's 2 iterations of that franchise. Yeah, The thoughts are, so first of all, I cannot stand Bayern Munich. So seen from that perspective, I'm a big fan of somebody else winning the Bundesliga. Doesn't matter much to me who it is though. Second of all, we have the same kids as Dortmund here. There's a story to this. And I think Mies is not around right now. So there's a watcher that I always tell is responsible for us picking this team. Because, you know, due to the kids. Because he's a Dortmund fan. So on his behalf, I want Dortmund to win it, yes. But this is you're a Dortmund fan too. Well, in that case, there's two Dortmund fans. So feel free to be annoyed by us picking this team too. I'm not sure. Pop is technically, I think from a... You're not a Dortmund fan, but you want him to win. Okay, I can live with that. I'm not sure if Kopp is that dangerous. He's on a 6.5 rating right now. Well, this will be offside. That's for sure. Would have ended up in goal though. Harry Kopp is not that slow, and he's a midfielder. At least by education, that is. He is accomplished in the position of an inverted winger though. And if you look at that dribbling and crossing, and some of the technicals are not that great, right? His mentals though are decent for an inverted winger, given his age. So I guess I want him to have a chance there. And just to finish this, because I will forget it otherwise, this team has kits that are similar to the home kits of Borussia Dortmund, but they have away kits that are similar to ones used by FC Schalke some years ago. So this is basically annoying to both of them. And I very much like that, so I picked that team. That's the story for that. Yeah, Bundesliga can be much more entertaining. We just need to get Bayern Munich from their throne. Really. And obviously they do all they can to, you know, get rid of that. But in recent years, it feels like Bayern Munich had some questionable decisions in management. Let's put it that way. Especially throwing out somebody that, you know, you bought for a lot of money just to get somebody else in. I will not judge. True. But a great villain can be somebody else. Like, there's enough rivalries throughout German football. So, I'm more excited to a degree by, I think I told this time and time again, I'm very excited by the prospect of seeing SC Freiburg in Champions League, for example. I would love that. Even though they will not get very far. The Freiburg, those guys deserve it. Like, seriously. I'm not talking the players though. I'm talking like the coach and the staff and all of those. Christian Streich as well as most of the players there and also the entire coaching staff. They deserve to play Champions League for sure. Because it's wonderful and very impressive what they are pulling off. And by the way, there's I have a similar impression of FC Heidenheim in the second league. I think they're going up though. Might be decided on Sunday. So yeah, we're happy with this. To be perfectly honest, I didn't read it. We're talking too much. But as I said, I do not watch the Bundesliga right now because subscription fees are just too high. It's not worth it to me. So that's kind of weird. I would like to watch it, but then again, there's not that much time, you know. If you at this point, I'm trying to stream for at least 8 hours a week, probably more. But there's 2 occasions. Well, first of all, this is Twitch. So, for obvious reasons, I would never do something like this, right? And also, I would never recommend something like this. Please do not pirate anything. And you know, people deserve their pay or whatever. Even if it's, like, I don't know, atrocious the prices that they, want. So, yeah. I hope I did that the right way. And, then, you know, pirated quality is probably not something I would want to watch. But it's more about time, really. And with football, it's quite time consuming, because once I start watching football again, I will watch every single game, because I'm not affiliated with a specific club very much. There's a certain affiliation with Stuttgart, obviously, because I was born there, but otherwise I'm more interested in, you know, I wouldn't even say tactics. I'm just interested in the story overall, right? So, seen from that perspective, I would like to watch this, but then there's other stuff I would like to watch. For example, I would like to watch more Critical Role. That's here on Twitch. It's everybody knows Critical Role at this point, I guess. And I'm like 10 or 15 episodes behind. I just don't find the time, and it's not like I'm gaming all the time. So once I'm off stream, there's barely any gaming going on for me, but I have a girlfriend, so I want to spend some time with her. And even though she's imaginary, at least on this stream, every computer scientist's girlfriend is imaginary, and we will keep it that way. But to me, she's real. So, you know, I want to spend time with her. And then, oh, that's nice by Cobb. If only he could finish. We should probably substitute some of those players, you know, for preparation for the next season. And also there's some busy work with streaming. It's not fun to think about, but you know, uploading the video to YouTube, that's not that much work, but it deducts from time too. And in the end, you do not end with much time for the remaining fun, I guess. So I just don't have the time to watch football, really. I guess that's true. Where's Gibson? Here's Gibson. Half of the players are missing. Half of the ones that we want to play throughout the rest of the season. Central defenders, for example, Sam Jones will probably not make an appearance. Or if he does, well, I guess we can put Adair in the central defender position. And then there's only the goalkeeper. So Tumblety and Lewis will probably not be goalkeepers anytime soon. So yeah, this is also why I'm not up to date in some things with regular football. Like, this is even worse for English football or something like this. What do you think of XYZ in the or XYC in the Premier League? I have no idea. Seriously, it comes down to making fun of Manchester City if I can help it, and that's it. Or United, really, whatever. That's one way to see it. The other way is to see it, Austria needs to have less companies in football. But I think that has passed. Like, there's so much ads on the kids and so on in Austria. If that's something that is not off-putting to you, that's okay. There's different opinions on that, really. But some rules in Germany I feel like I like to a degree. Oh, not a bad pass. And overall, this also looks decent. The play so far, stats-wise. Well, if you see it that way, then maybe Salzburg should be restricted in the influence they have on football in general. Well, not Salzburg, but Red Bull. So, but that's a vastly different discussion. To a degree, they have been a good contribution to German football in Leipzig. On the other hand, I don't know. Do we want franchises in football overall? Is this the way we want this to be? But we've had them for years. prior to the Leipzig and the Salzburg stories, right? There's, for example, Volkswagen in Wolfsburg, or Bayer in Leverkusen. Well, Mr. Trainer, that's the second one. Nice. So, this is, by the way, this is one of our feeder clubs. Not that they feed us anything, but on paper it's a feeder club. And that's a nice cross by Roberts, by the way. So, the old guy has an assist. That happened. And I said he's not the best performer for next season. He's given me time to think, right? Well done by Roberts again. Isaac, by the... So, Isaac, it's probably... He's new. And it shows. Trainer tapping that ball in is also good. Because Trainer didn't have great performances last season. He's one of those personalities that you do not want in your squad. But he has some attributes that are interesting. What the hell, Moody? That was like 1 point of technique, at most. But Austrian football in general is kind of interesting to me. I did watch some of it at some point. Not bad by Wiles. Not bad. Sure, we suffered a free kick. Interesting technique, but it was way off. Long ball by Clay. Is this the way we told him to do this? There's specific instruction to distribute covers to playmaker. That said, Yates won the ball. So let's do that again, actually. This might work. Great stuff. Trainer cuts inside. Will he find a pass? Yeah, the most boring one of them all. Roberts, Moody. No playmaker available. Roberts again. Adair. He's not a central defender. Jones. To be fair, neither is he at his age. And that's not really creative, but we get a corner. We take those. So I think we can say that this is deserved. The problem is, the opponents that we will face throughout the season are much better. I think, though, we arranged a few friendlies against league opponents. They were for free too. So matches that will not gather any income. Kelly. That's decent passing. And Jones's long ball towards Trainer. Intercepted by Isaac, Trainer, Kelly. And Jones again. That's a problem. The central defenders not finding the playmaker. That's a problem here. See? Long ball again towards Gibson. Sure. He got a finish. A bad one at that. But this is not great. Moody. Isaac. Nice penetrating pass towards Gibson. Not offside. Okay. Can we praise the team at this point? Probably. Yeah. They're happy with it. Well intercepted. Yates doesn't win the header. Unsurprising. Smith. And that's easy. Great. We might have arranged too many friendlies though. Because... Okay. Because there's not that many players around that need to be prepared for the new season. Just yet. It was a nice idea. Didn't work out though. That's not a bad ball, and that's the weakness of Sam Jones, yes. Well, we have an old central defender on the pitch right now, so you can see it. He was out of position anyway. He covered nicely here. And then, I think he just did... I'm not sure if this is mentals. Either he didn't recognize it, because, you know, his mentals aren't great either. Anticipation is not good. But also, he's really slow, with 6 points of pace. So, luckily we will not play him for most of the season, hopefully. And neither will Adair play there. Well done. Kelly, Moody, Isaac, Adair, and another long ball towards Yates. That will be offside though. Yes, it is. Long ball by Williams, Kelly, Yates, Gibson. Gibson towards Isaac. Ah, he tried a penetrating pass. So there's some things that I like here. They're trying to create chances. I like that. Moody, Kelly, Yates, Kelly again towards Trainer. Cuts back inside. Gibson's nearly there to finish. And Isaac in off the crossbar. He hammered that one in, didn't he? I think that's the first goal I see him. It might be the first goal for the club. Even if this is a friendly. Yeah, that was definitely a power shot. No placement there. He just basically hammered it towards goal. And somehow it made his way in. So overall I'm happy with that performance, I think. We should have avoided the goal that we conceded. But it's a friendly, so who cares? Isaac. He needs to learn how to play on the right wing, by the way. He's not a right winger. Not bad. Roberts misses the header. Theirs looks dangerous. Valentine. O'Malley. Dawson. Freddie Wilds doesn't get to the ball. And even though this shouldn't be a problem, it seems like it is. We give away a penalty. Sam Jones has a, you know, he's got his mind on the bench, I guess, given that he's our assistant manager too. So it's 3 and 2. 2 goals conceded, not great. I think this might give away a good chance to have a decent team talk though. Well, the third goal was by Isaac. We can go back and have a look at it later, if you want us. And in fact, I think it was a nice goal. There's one thing that comes to mind. If you are inclined to do so, everybody's welcome to clip stuff, right? In this channel. Because personally I cannot do that at the same time, and I cannot do it afterwards. It's too time consuming to clip stuff. So I'd rather concentrate on, you know, commenting and the talk and so on and so forth. So if there is something that is it feels like it is interesting to you, you're welcome to clip that kind of stuff. And maybe I can use those for YouTube too. But that's just something that came to mind right now. There was one clip, I think it was taken by either Explosive Birthday Cake or Mika Billion. I don't wanna be an ass about it. I just can't remember right now. But that clip I uploaded on YouTube with the goal by Ryan Gibson that kept us on the league. So there's a niche for that, I guess. And it got like, I don't know, not many views, like 90 or something. I used it as a short. So, no, I'm not happy with that actually. It's not a good performance. We won by 1 goal. Let's fire them up. This is not good enough. So, now that the first friendly is behind us, this friendly was against an inferior opponent. The next one, though, the next one is, however this is pronounced, major. I guess it's Landuit? Or Sanduit? I'm not so sure. Welsh is weird. But they play in the same league as us, so we need to defeat those. If we want to finish up in 4th spot, we need to defeat those. And that might be a hard challenge for us right now. Because some of the improvements are not in yet. So we'll see where this goes. So you wanted to see the goals? Sure, let's look at the goals, right? Just for general knowledge, if you're not around this time, I cannot help you. Overall match momentum looks fine. But I do not like this in the end. Maybe that's on me. Maybe we should have switched to the defensive tactic. Even if it's a friendly. The first goal of the game was by Adam Jones. Was a penalty. That was an easy one. This goal was created by Yates. To a degree. Roberts with a nice ball or cross or whatever it is. And Trainer tapped it in. Afterwards we conceded one. That was an error in defense by Sam Jones, I think. Because this kind of long ball... Well, it was by Adair. It's not specifically Sam Jones' problem. So it's more Chris Adair's problem. He's not a central defender though. So that was expected. And then we have this goal. Trainer cuts inside, Gibson and Isaac just hammers the ball in. That was a really nice goal. And the latest goal of the game was by Keith. We conceded a penalty and a goal subsequently. So there's that. Okay. This is the goals for the friendly. I'm not sure if we should be happy with the performance or the formation and so on and so forth. But we got some match practice. That's important. Also, Martinez didn't get hurt. Yeah, he's got... That's part of the problem for him, I guess. So we need to be careful with him. And you can probably guess at this point, with all the water that I'm drinking, I need to take a leak. So I'll be back in a few minutes. See you on the other side. No music here, sorry. Alright, I'm back. So hopefully everybody had a great break. And water's empty. What's going on? So for the next match, we gotta determine how we want to do things. Obviously this time attacking football was fine. On the other hand, we conceded 2 goals. I'm not a big fan of that. So forget about a penalty, and also the other one was some sort of a weird thing, given that the central defenders were not on the pitch. But I don't like that very much. Also, we should probably have a look at the fixtures. Because, you know, we arranged some friendlies. What the hell's going on here? Is this the old fixture list? Is this the old one? Seriously? Yeah. So, we don't know when the season starts yet. We don't know the exact date. So, let's not do that. Dalkurd and Hammarby played. Cool. Basically, these 2 friendlies are... I guess this one is important, this one isn't. And this one is important too, but... there's a few transfers coming in, if you want to put it that way. Terranella, thank you very much. So, in case nobody's aware, sometimes people drop me messages privately, and Terranella took a clip. So, thank you very much for doing that. That's great. So, maybe I can do another YouTube clip with that, right? But on the other hand, it doesn't exactly spill excitement if I, you know, do the goals a second time. It might be exciting throughout the season though, because you know, if matches are important, obviously, the goals are much more important. So, yeah. And you know me by now. Usually, I'm not the one to let the game run through the entire time and not do tactical adaptations and that kind of stuff. Yeah, I will do that. It's rather easy to do that. Twitch has some sort of feature that translates this to YouTube Shorts, so I can do that. Yes. But really, the last short was like 80 or 90 viewers. It's not like anybody watches those. On the other hand, it's a way to get people to the channel. So I'm not sure if I'm over-interpreting this, but I think, well, the YouTube channel gained 2 subscribers around the time that the Twitch stream here had a few more followers. That includes some of you maybe, and also around the time where I did that clip. So I don't know specifically if one of you is responsible for this or if the short is responsible. There's different ways to come to this. I guess it's a franchise at this point, right? You're great, man. Thank you very much. We will do it in time. At some point, it will come up. If it's as much of a core component of whatever I do, or whatever I say, it will come up at some point. So you will be able to clip that, definitely. Yeah. It's kind of weird in a foreign language to include these patterns that you are not aware of. Like in German, I guess I'm aware of some of those, but in English it's hard to pick up on your own patterns, speech patterns. Great scouting report. It works. All right, this is fantastic. So we know it's a close contest. Okay, cool. They play Park the Bus style. Cool. And they do this in a balanced manner, though, for some reason. Whatever that means. Balanced, but Park the Bus. Which is it? Anyway, this is 4-2-3-1. So, some sort of attacking inclusion by the fullback would be great. I will try this formation now. This time, I think. It's an away game too. So either we can try to shut up shop 2. That's not the worst idea, I think. But on the other hand, we might also... yeah, we might also try to control possession. You're probably aware, I'm not a big fan of that. But it feels suited with this kind of formation. Yeah, not with this kind of formation, with this kind of encounter. Because if they play defensive football, we can try to retain possession and see if this is a viable approach to us. We have... I guess there's decent passers in our squad. We need to find them though. So, yeah. We will see if there's decent passers in the squad. And then just try to improve the tactic. Maybe not the tactic. We could, but it's just a friendly. In the end, we can also play, I don't know, Toby Yates in goal or whatever, right? It doesn't matter much. Then the friendly we got down in in flames, but on the other hand, we can bring one and put him on the bench. Sure, that's not a bad idea. You're right. I will not do them. Not do that. This is where I forgot how to pronounce your name, by the way. Deng and Atem, it was. Deng and Atem. I will probably not do that, Deng and Atem. Because I feel like I tend to skip through things too much. And I'm not a proponent of that. Usually I wanna look at the stuff in detail. So this is kind of a drag on the stream most of the time. This is not very entertaining if you not want to fiddle with stuff. But I feel like I'm... So this is comparing 2 different people, but it's just the only people on Twitch I know, or more or less. I'm more like the filthy robot kind of player than the Sealant kind of player, if that makes sense. It's not like I'm not excited sometimes by stuff, but I like to fiddle with stuff and with numbers. At least I imagine I do, if that makes sense. So friendlies feel to me like preparation, and that preparation also is up here, right? Because I'm not aware of the squad, I barely know the names at this point. I need to learn some stuff by heart. So hopefully that explanation makes some sense to you. The added benefit of this is if you are somebody to go through that kind of stuff as a watcher, you can provide feedback to me that I will not have picked up on. Like, it's... part of the entertaining value is about the story, right? So, the fact that Sharon Nullet knows about Rooney, for example, that is part of his story. So, seen from that perspective, the fact that he knows that Rooney is in the U19 and can come back and make an appearance, because skill-wise he might serve, that's something that he wouldn't pick up if I skip through all of this all the time. Right? So, seen from that perspective, I'm very happy to fulfill that. Let's see where Rooney is. He will probably not play in a season though. So we bring up Rooney, and we bring up Mike Scarlett. He will not play as a goalkeeper. And somebody else maybe. I don't know. What did we need? A central defender. We needed a central defender. So, Gareth Griffiths? Yeah, why not? He tries to play way out of trouble, but who cares? Let's bring him up. For the next friendly, that is. So, that might help. And this is also not one of these streams where the streamer knows everything best. In fact, quite the opposite. So, I'm very happy to take input all the time. Seriously. And even if it goes wrong, or if I have another opinion, that's fine with me. Because, we want to determine what works and what doesn't. To me, it's not so much about the result, it's about about learning stuff in Football Manager. And I've been playing this game for 10 years. But, or 12, I don't know. A long time. Like, I don't know. I didn't start with Championship Manager, though. It was later. That's for sure. Also, morale management. So, one of the things that I did wrong last season, and also from time to time with the Hawk Dolls, is that I disregarded that kind of stuff. Let's not do that anymore. So, this will be really entertaining. Kai Clay is still on loan with us. Yeah, well, it's fine. I don't know. Take a Snickers or grab a drink or whatever, and I guess you can unmute me once we get back to the real stuff. That said, I need to do this. So we will do training first, right? They had a week to train. This is fine. In particular, given that he didn't play. Gary Burns' performance, this is okay too. I can live with that. We gotta be careful with some of the squad members. Tamil T, this is actually a plus. Tamil T is now a viable option to play in this position at this point, just because he's competent. So I guess I like that. He's spirited, and if I'm not mistaken, yeah, he's unflappable and media friendly. So I guess prison is fine. Hopefully he will not, have a different opinion on that. Paul Coleman, I'm sure we can praise him. He will go back to the Hawk Dolls though. Brian Gibson's performance hasn't been that impressive. He improved in some of the physicals though. I like that. Isaac, it's more about the last game with him. But for Friendlies, I think we cannot praise his last game, can we? No, we can't. Friendlies don't count, apparently. Yeah, if this is the way, this game can be played in very different ways. So if it's the way it's fun to you, sure. Right on the pitch with it. Get it out. I do not like Holt's training performance either. He needs to be better. And same goes with Yates. Afterwards, I think Kelly is one that is hard to deal with. If I'm not mistaken. Nah, he's media friendly. Yeah, he's fickle though. Fickle says he's hard to deal with. So, sure, some ambition and then, not going there. You had a trade suggestion for Isaac. I have a hard time, by the way, not to pronounce this Ishak, given the history in Sweden. Not of the player, of, me, that player. So this is Isaac, right? Just like in the binding. But what's a trade suggestion? Let me know. Yeah. So, Jaron Nullet is used to this at this point, I think. But for the others, this might be new. Let's go into this. So, dribble more often feels really suited. He doesn't have great composure, but he has the technicals for it. So, I kind of agree with this. So, this is called run with the ball more often, I think, right? And I like that. It feels suited for him. He will not be the target man anytime soon. So, he's a dribbler. And even if we play him as a shadow striker, that's fine. As a winger too. If we play him on the left wing in his, core role as a winger, run with the ball more often, I think it is. That would be great. I like that. He also has decent pace. So I agree with that suggestion. I do not agree with the get forward whenever possible. And this is due to the lack of anticipation. I do agree that if he had that anticipation, it would be good, because he has good off-the-ball movement. So some sort of attacking duty would be really great. But he doesn't. So I think runs with the ball more often is more suited, if that makes sense. I hope that's fine with you. Let's see what the stuff says, though. That's here. And also, I will not teach him to dribble down a specific flank, because apparently this is conflicting advice for some of the stuff that happens on the wings in, the rules. Oh, getting forward whenever possible was not about... This has not been the offside trap, so getting forward whenever possible is not that bad, actually. It's not a bad suggestion. I confused that. So, yeah, not a bad idea. On the other hand, he might play on support duty sometimes, so not sure if we want him to do that all the time. Where the hell is the running? It's on the technique, right? No, it's not. Where is it? Should be movement. Did I not see it? This moves into channels, hugging the touchline. Let us know about it. Cuts inside, back to goal, deep to get balled. Here's run with ball more often, right? And he's a good dribbler, so this goes down well with the stuff too. I will take him off final third training though. Yeah, now they I guess stop developing the weaker foot too. Because, he has a weaker foot, but I don't want to overdo it. Let him run with the ball. That suits him though. And maybe we can get rid of the weaker foot later on. Do we want to go through the players and look for traits too? For all of them? Like, is this something that's interesting to you? Let's do that, right? Let's have a look. If we can find traits that are absolutely needed for some of these players. With Gary Byrne, for example, we know that the position role duty will not go anywhere without match experience. Free kick taking seems decent. Developing the weaker foot, I guess that could be something. He's a playmaker after all. But as a playmaker, we could also argue that he needs traits. So right now he dictates tempo. Do we want him to teach him to play killer balls? The problem is his passing is not that great, right? That's a good idea, yeah. So let us think about this though. Dictates tempo is something that he can use in every single one of these positions if he plays within our squad. So let's go through these. As a box-to-box midfielder, he should probably take the shot sometimes, but he's really bad at it. So in the end, we do not want him to take the shot. I agree with this. If we play him as a shadow striker for some reason, because nobody else is available, we probably do not expect him to take the shot anyway. So that's still a good suggestion. I do not think his long shots are that... Yeah, well, they are horrible though, aren't they? So I agree with this, yes. Let's do this. This is passing training, I think. Yeah, he is a natural goal scorer, so that suits him just fine. I also want to look at the other playmakers. In case there's a mentoring group, let's just look at that. He's in here. So this will also affect Michael Kelly. Potentially, and Mickey Lewis. Mickey Lewis, it's very unlikely that it affects him, but the others. He's a shitty goal scorer too, same as Michael Kelly. So this suits him just fine. I will not set individual training for Mickey Lewis. He needs to improve overall. And, well, he's more of a leader anyway. So, also he's 29. He will not pick up on it at this point. Michael Kelly, on the other hand, in Michael Kelly's case, so first of all, obviously we can say do not take the shot. Same. But we've got a mentoring group. And in that mentoring group, they might move traits later on, right? So assuming that Byrne learns his trait, is there something else that Michael Kelly can be taught for playmakers that is viable for him? His off-the-ball movement is good enough to come deep to get ball, maybe? He's a playmaker, right? And in fact, we should probably put him on defensive midfield duty here. Or training. But coming deep to get ball with that off-the-ball movement, that should be possible. And the other ones would profit from that too. So maybe do that. Yeah. Also, he has good first touch, apparently. So let's do that. Given that first touch seems to be important there, let's have a look at the others. Lewis' first touch is fine, so in case he inherits that trait, which is unlikely, okay. And Gary Byrne, his first touch is not wonderful, but it's good enough. So we can live with that. That would wrap up the sample for the playmakers. We might as well go into the ball-winning midfielders here. He stays back at all times. There's some sense to this. So that's fine. We could maybe try to teach him to dive into tackles, but he's not a strong guy. I'm not so sure about that. Darren Evans plays short, simple passes, so this is already in the mentoring group. And Harry Martin dives into tackles. So we have three different traits within the same mentoring group. Obviously, we can try to teach one of those a similar trait, or we can find something else. So, short, simple passes, stays back at all times, and dives into tackles. Is there something else that feels vital for a ball-winning midfielder? I guess dribble less, if we look at instructions. Dribbling less, holding position. So this is staying back at all times. This is basically dives into tackles. Taking fewer risks is short, simple passes. This is dribble occasionally, I think it's called, and shooting less often. So assuming that we want all of those to shoot less often and to dribble less, his long shots is 2 and his finishing is 1. So is it worth the effort? Probably, yeah. Because he's in midfield. So let him take the pass too, and not the shot. That's for Harry Martin. Who are the others? One is a central defender / defensive midfielder. That's him. His long shots is 2 and his finishing is 2. 2. I guess that counts as being not good enough. So please take the pass and not the shot. His dribbling is 4. Well, we'll still do the pass. That's not... Is this not here? Huh. We could also teach him to refrain from long shots and so on, but he will rarely do those. It's not worth the effort, I think. So we might as well tell him not to dribble, right? So this, for some reason, this is called run with the ball occasionally. It does amount to runs with ball rarely, though. I have no idea why this is phrased that way. Maybe this is a misconception on my part, given that I'm, German. But that's runs with the ball rarely means he rarely does that. Runs with the ball occasionally means something different to me. Because, on occasion he will run with the ball. I wouldn't have phrased it that way. I'm not sure what this means. And then there's Gary Moody. Gary Moody is a bad long shot and a bad finisher in general, also a bad passer, and he shouldn't run with the ball either. I feel like the running with the ball is the most important thing here. It's British interpretation. Okay. Maybe. So, yeah. Okay. That makes sense. Given that, despite me being from Europe, there's two parts outside Europe these days, and culturally speaking, I think the United States influenced me more, especially in the language department, due to TV and online series, as well as stuff like Critical Role, as I mentioned. So that's all American English. I guess I'm more of an American English guy from that perspective, even though they Americans don't speak English, or so they tell me. So what do I know? Gary Moody's movement. So let's let him run with the ball occasionally. Obviously, there's some overlap here now, but assuming we keep those, that should probably be decent traits for them. Do we want to go through the rest of the squad? He's got a decent long throw. His vision and his decision making is good. His long throw is good. His vision is horrible though. So usually I'm a big fan of throwing the ball long. But maybe that's the way it is, Charnot, yeah. Um, there's so many differences in culture and language, and it's quite hard to pick up on all of these as a foreigner. I think this is something that comes with C2 level, formally speaking, and I think I got introduced to C1 level requirements recently, and it's some of this is like picking up on nuances and jokes. Like I can't think of one right now, but wordplays and that kind of stuff. Um, I think I'm quite capable to pick up on that stuff most of the time, but the nuances in language in different dialects is really hard for me sometimes. I guess other than the pen and paper dwarfs being old Scottish or Irish, I realized that stuff, but yeah, that's about it. So, is there anything that comes to mind with a goalkeeper? I think that's something that sometimes gets overlooked. Goalkeepers can have traits too. I guess we can. What's available? There's passing training. So obviously we could do the long throws anyway. He has 9 points of long throws. Okay. He doesn't like that though. I guess this is due to the vision. If he had really good long throws and decent vision, that would be different. He doesn't though. Anything else? Finishing training. Seriously? We can teach him to take long range free kicks. Nah, not worth the effort. And then, what's available at last? Technique. I think it's fine that he avoids using his weaker foot. So, this is all we can do for him. Let's not do any of those. Flynn Murray. Flynn Murray is a fullback slash wingback who dives into tackles. Fullback on the right. Here we are. Jamie Roberts doesn't have that trait. Dives into tackles would be fine on him though. Same as Adair. So, going back to Flynn Murray, with his age of 22, we could do something like cross more often, but I'm not sure if this is a good idea in general for him to cross more often. I wouldn't want him to run with the ball, but the problem is some of his roles contain that. This doesn't. He can dribble less in this position in this role, but here he can't. Oh, he can. Oh, interesting. Mistake on my part. So we could tell him to dribble less, given that he has 3 points of dribbling. Good idea, bad idea? Any opinions on that? What are the others? Chris Adair's dribbling is 4. Jamie Roberts' dribbling is 3. The problem is a fullback on attack sometimes needs to dribble, right? So do we really want to restrict that much? I don't feel comfortable with this. Hugging the line would be an idea for them. What's the requirements for hugging the line? Is anyone aware? Because okay. Not so obviously, the problem is they might drop back into central defense from time to time. Staying back at all times is not a thing. I guess we can teach stuff like, do not take the long shot and so on. So same here. Take the pass rather than taking the shot. Long flat throws would be great, but they do not possess the skill. So I guess I will refrain from instructing them with something right now. With him, he's on a training already. We did that. Doherty. Yeah, I'm gonna be like this now. So I think he should cross more often. He has decent anticipation, decision making is okay. He's got the technique and the crossing to pull it off, and he's an 18-year-old. So let's introduce this to the squad. Cross more often is probably under passing, is it? That's not bad either. Switching possession. Wanting to ball into the feet is also a thing. I think for him that makes some sense. Is it a technique? No. Definitely not. Where is it? Cross more often. Did I just not see it? No, I don't want him to cross the ball early though. This doesn't feel suited to me. So I guess maybe that doesn't exist. I thought something like cross more often exists. Maybe I got that wrong. So now we've got some traits, at least. Sure. Yeah, I'm perfectly happy to answer that. And it has nothing to do with okay. So let's take it the other way around, right? Assuming that, or just start out. So Mondays, usually for the time speaking, I'm in home office. So Mondays usually are also one of these days where, at least me, I think I recognized that streams are interesting to people for all of a sudden. And I feel like this has to do with work. People start into the week, and they do not want to start into the work week. So they want to watch something. I guess that's my explanation. And apparently this goes down to streaming. On Mondays, there usually aren't real football matches. At least not, this is not common, because Saturday and Sunday, usually there were games. There are Monday's games sometimes in Germany, but they are, I wouldn't say rare, but they're not a common occurrence. Let's put it that way. Or they are late in the evening. Also, it's usually just one game, right? Or maybe 2 games in the second league and 1 game in the first league, and that's it. So this is why I chose Monday. Monday, it feels like some people have the time there. Then there's Tuesday. On Tuesdays, I'm usually in office. So given that my commute is like 45 hours most of the time, I'm usually, I wouldn't say exhausted specifically, but 4 hours of streaming will wreck me afterwards. Especially given that I have to work on Wednesdays. The second most. But the statistics are quite they are quite skewed. So most viewers are from I think most viewers or followers are from England. For some reason, I guess this has to do with language. Second most are from Germany, if I'm not mistaken, and third most are from Austria. And this is not due to me being German. I think this is specifically explosive birthday cake, and that's it. So yeah. And afterwards it goes down. I don't know. I can have a look if you're interested. Or maybe I don't know. Have a look and tell you about it next stream. I'll drop you a message if I can find it after stream, right? Let's do it that way. But yeah, it has more to do with the way my current life is structured, if that makes sense. So yes, it is, obviously. It's a British game after all, right? No change in stature in the game. And Gareth Rowland's contract is set to expire next week. Yeah, we cannot do anything about that. He doesn't want to sign a new contract. So there's Wednesday. On Wednesdays, sometimes I'm in office, sometimes I'm at home. This is why I didn't pick it as a specific date. So unofficially, I might argue, I can do an additional stream on Wednesdays. That said, there's this kind of stuff that is called relationship, and I feel like my girlfriend should have priority throughout the week too. So sometimes I want to spend time with her, and I'd rather not have a regular date and remove that regular date all of the time. It's the other way around. I'd rather have no regular date on Wednesday, but usually think about doing an additional stream on Wednesday, if that makes sense. Then there's Thursday. Thursday I'm usually in home office, same as Friday. That said, sometimes Thursday it will not be that way. Fridays, I think Fridays I rarely will not be in home office. So also it's the start of the weekend. So this is why Fridays make some sense, right? Everybody gets off work, and also on Fridays there's less football matches than on Saturdays and on Sundays. So I imagine everybody wants to watch the real football, even though I don't do it, on Saturdays and Sundays. So even though I've got the time in some weekends, and I will stream on Saturdays and Sundays going forward, it doesn't feel like this should be a regular occurrence. Oh, for fuck's sake. He's with the U19 now, is he? Yeah, sure. So, Rooney isn't, though. Sure. He's part of the U19 squad, and this is the only goalkeeper. Of course they want him down there. Is there anyone that's available, though? So much for that. So I guess we have 2 blanks on the bench. Sorry. Doesn't matter much though. Yeah, that makes sense. Because for you, what does this mean? Like in time zone wise for you? Oh, don't tell me about the time zone. Um, what kind of hours are those for you? Because obviously this is in the middle of Europe, so it's vastly different for you. What time is this in your case? Is this like in the morning or something? Yeah, that's in the middle of the morning. Okay, cool. Yeah. Um, that's obviously that's weird to you. Sure. I see. Um, that's why I think a lot of European streamers start out later than I do. Like you know, I start out 18 p.m. here, so this is 9 a.m. for you. If I start out later, it might be in the middle of the day for you. So this adheres more to an American audience, if that makes sense. So if I would want to optimize for that, I would start later. The problem is if I start later, I finish later. So this gets into 11 p.m., midnight and or even 1 a.m. territory in Europe. To me personally, this is not viable whilst working. On the weekend, there's some sense to this, but there's a second person in this apartment and she wants to sleep at some point. Also, we might have plans for Saturdays. So, yeah. So on Fridays you got the time. I see. Yeah. But let me put it that way. I very much enjoy your company on this stream, like, and also the feedback and so on. So just everything. But on the other hand, real life needs to take priority. So if you can't make it from time to time, that's totally fine, right? It should be. And Extra HD Games, welcome to the stream and nice black flags, I guess. Whatever they mean. They are not black though. This is a dark shade of grey. I am not aware of what this means. So I didn't substitute anyone. We'll just play the same squad. This feels like the first team anyway. Probably not a Hurdy. But his replacement is not around yet. And maybe Yates up front. The rest of them, this is the first team more or less. So that's fine. We do play a possession-based balanced system this time out. So also there's an egghead on the pitch. Oh, that black flag. Yeah, sure, there's some sense to this. Yeah, but to be fair, no use for a name was, how do I put this? It's not like this is my primary kind of music at all. It's kind of weird. Sometimes you pick those nicks. So in this case, a nickname for, I guess it was a mix-up between some sort of depressive phase in a youth, not strictly speaking like a goth phase or something like this, and listening to a band, and then you pick up the nick and just keep it for another 25 years. But usually these days I would say I'm at least partially more of a metal guy, if that makes sense. Also core. But on the other hand, I'm quite fond of one record by no use for a name, and that's Hard Rock Bottom. So I guess Black Flag is fine though, right? But it's not something that I would listen to very much, for some reason. Yeah, and this is the same for similar other music. Like, I don't want to compare this to something that might be picked up as an insult. You can start a new save as much as you want. You very much can. Then Murray, though, he wants to go for a goal with Taffs Well, and we will go through the season. Doherty, nah. So, this is a ball control base this time. I'm not sure if they do it this way. What kind of save would you want to start, Alex Purser? Let us know. That's offside. So we have 58% possession. Not bad. Jones. Lynn Murray with a cross for Martin. I guess Martin is not a natural goal scorer, given that we just started to teach him not to take the shot. Oh, that's interesting defending. That's a good cross. Well done by Evans. And Doherty's ball towards Holt. Nah. He's not the one for those. And that could be offside again. It is. So, overall I'm happy with this though. We didn't give away a single chance that did count, you know? So that's fine. Jones and the cross towards Martinez. Not this time. Mohamed Toker was in the back. Yeah, those set piece instructions are way off. Fleury, Evans, well done. Martinez with a long ball towards... it was towards Jones. He's not one not to win those. He has decent jumping actually. I think Jones. Holt picks up the ball. No good. But it wasn't that horrible. We get a free kick. Free kick by Byrne. Because, you know, Lewis is not on the pitch. Byrne. Evans. Not great. So, assuming this would have been a real game, like, this is one of the league opponents after all, I think, first of all, we would have done opposition instructions. And second of all, I think we would be happy with that performance so far. That's actually not that bad. Fleury. Fleury. He will take the shot. Yeah. Okay, let's have a look. This Fleury guy. Harrison Fleury. Decent right foot. He's not a good shooter. He's rather fast. Tight marking doesn't make much sense. He knocks the ball past the opponent. He needs to be closed down. And with this dribbling, we will probably tackle him hard, right? I don't want to go through the entire squad right now, because this is a friendly. But for the league matches I will do that. Byrne, Martinez, Evans, Byrne, Evans. And that's... It feels like he didn't know about his options in this situation. Martin. Nice ball by Martin towards Cobb. Doesn't manage to cut inside with it. That's a good one though. The squad overall is not in a good mood. For some reason Holt is anxious. He might be targeted by hard tackles or something, not sure. Also, apparently the new save doesn't come up. I wanted a recommendation, man. He's probably gone. Jones. Ah, no. Well, they kept possession. Up until this offside. And we gave away the first chance with that long shot, by the way. Set piece by Edwards towards Fleury. As I said, he's not a good goal scorer. At least we can see that this time. Martinez, Mohamed Toker. That's a decent pass. And Look at that! What a coincidence, Fleury is hurt. Well, that might have happened, sure. Harrison on a yellow card. I'm getting into the mood now. This is the striker, so not much to do there. We cannot focus down the striker's area. Well done. Burns long ball towards Cobb. Cobb. Doesn't cut inside. Toker is not the one to go for the headers. And Fleury plays a long ball. That will be picked up by Martinez, not a problem. Seems reasonable so far, right? Also a bit boring, because, you know, possession football. But, oh, closed down by 3 people. Well done by Cobb. Evans. Looked like a through ball for a second. Jones wins the duel in midfield. Holt. That was a good opportunity. I realized that he's the target man on support duty, so this is not the way he does things, usually. But he picked up that ball nicely and went for goal. Mohamed Toker. Not one for Evans this time. Burn. And that's offside, is it? Of course it is. Can we demand more? Not yet. Should we? Not sure. So, overall, given that this is a league opponent, and this is an away game, I think we can be happy. Sure, it's a friendly though, but overall, we're fine with this. I like this. And maybe that's good for Alex Holt too. That said, some of these performances have not been good. And we should probably start with the 6.6s. I do not like this. Now he lost focus. Oh, for fuck's sake. He's really annoying to deal with sometimes. Well intercepted by Martinez. Really well done. And now such a ball. Holt doesn't win though. He was pushed by Chu. Well, okay. I think Chu was one of the candidates actually to be signed. Long ball by Evans towards Mohamed Toker. Can't. That must be an Australian, obviously, even if it's misspelled. It probably is can't. Probably can't. Fleury with a throw. Corbett. Cross. Doherty. Nice one. Holt picks up the ball. This is the way it should be. Come on, do it. Cobb. Nah. There was a chance. Emphasis on was. Doherty's cross. Nearly a header by Holt. Mohamed Toker. Cross by Toker towards Cobb. Not a good one. Tony McPhillips. Harrison doesn't get closed down, that's a problem. Evans should have closed him down and tackled him immediately. Doherty's missing. There's a cross and a long shot. Taken by Harrison. Burns free kick. Side netting. Top of the bar apparently, okay. And I will take off Holt. I've had enough of this. Let's bring on Toby Yates. Anyone else? Mohamed Toker doesn't have a great game either. So let's bring on Ishak. Isaac, sorry. Burn. Not won by Martinez, that header. Jones. Burn again. Jones. Yeah, he took the shot, of course he did. Tony. Deflected off the defender though. Doherty. Interesting idea. But Cobb was, I don't know, on vacation, I get, at least mentally. These kinds of balls should not end up with Harrison. Let's see. Harrison is a rather strong guy, not great jumping reach. His heading is okay-ish. He's not slow. His off-the-ball movement is good though. So he gets away from his marker. Assuming we would start to mark him tightly, we would probably get into trouble. That's another corner. This doesn't feel as comfortable as the first half. Gotta say that. Edwards. Well defended by Yates. Will he? No, he will not. For a second it looked like he might get there. Free kick by Edwards. Well defended. Martinez, it was well defended. Doherty. Yeah, it's another corner. Sure. So Martinez overall has a decent game. What's going on here? He's uninterested now. I guess we should demand more. Burn towards Cobb. Wonderful pass. Well done by Cobb. And this should be an easy one for Isaac, if he can finish. As I said, it should. I think it smashed the crossbar though. On the other hand, I'm quite excited by the excited by the fact that there's some counter-attacking actually. And that's a nice free kick. Is there anyone that needs to be substituted? Sure, so we brought Rooney along. Nah, Cobb is not tired yet. Martinez is though. So again, I struggle to find another central defender on the bench. That's a problem. We can bring on Moody here. And also Harry Martin is tired, so I guess we need a ball-winning midfielder. The problem is every ball-winning midfielder is on the pitch already. So, say we bring Adair as a central defender again, because, you know, it's not like we have a choice. Darren Evans is a second ball-winning midfielder, so Doherty can drop inside, right? No, he can't. He doesn't know what I'm talking about, and neither does he. Burn doesn't have a great game, fired up or not fired up, so let's bring on, not Kelly though. Let's bring on Lewis. Lewis needs some time on the pitch too, even though he's not a great playmaker right now. Harry Martin needs to be replaced with Moody in that situation, and then there's Darren Evans, and we have a problem here. So I guess Sam Jones comes on. Sure, he's on the bench. And overall, that's all I'm willing to do right now. It's enough, right? Let's see. Where will this end? Moody. That's a nice cross, but Yates was offside. And given that the encouragement didn't go down well, we will demand more. That worked for some of them at least. Emphasis on some. Because Clay is not only demotivated, now he feels pressured. Jones is tired. That's a good thing, I think. Doherty is on a yellow. So let's do this. Wiles comes on for Jones. We can bring on Gibson, because, you know, that's a natural replacement. And Andy Rooney is anxious, so let's give him some time on the pitch to get rid of that anxiousness. We brought him along for that, right? Also, Jamie Roberts can come on for Flynn Murray, because why not? Now everybody got substituted with the exception of the goalkeeper, and the U19 goalkeeper is not available. The U19 goalkeeper is with the U19 and plays there, hopefully with some important saves. So, on the other hand, that means that Clay can play through. I'm happy with that. He might not be the primary goalkeeper throughout the season, but he's at least his secondary choice. Jones, picked up by Coyote. The quality of chances that we created was better though. So far that is. Yeah, they substituted the goalkeeper, I noticed. Isaac wins the ball, nice long ball for Yates, but Yates is not a runner. Chu, flat. Chu. I will try to fire them up now. Don't know if it will work. Chavez is much faster than Jones. Well done by Adair this time. And it was offside. 5 minutes to go. Will this end up as a draw? Lewis. Jones. Don't tell me we don't have chances. It's like... this can go down as a draw and it's probably fine. Well done. Jones again. Lewis. Jones. Wiles. Jones. Long ball by Jones towards Yates. Offside. There's a lot of yellow cards on this pitch now, but it's too late to make some sense from it. Yeah, that's it. So, this is the second friendly. We won the first one. Second one was fine, performance-wise. I'm not unhappy with this. We should have won it, maybe, but... overall, I'm happy with this. As we can be. Let's have a look at the board's opinions, though. There's no press conference after this either. Oh, see? He was with the U19, and that might have done some good for him, given his performance down there. Also, we should probably have a look at the U19 training. Cannot stand this anymore. They need to train something, right? So... this is... to me, this doesn't feel like a striker. This is a runner, not a striker. Given that he's a runner, we might as well give him a position where he can run. And he doesn't even have a good finish, right? Look at that, 5 points of finishing. Doesn't matter much. So I'll try this. Also, I guess his physicals are fine for this role. Work rate is decent. Yeah, vision and passing is probably the best idea here. Interesting first name, by the way. I guess that's Welsh. Gareth Griffiths, yeah. All of the real faces, well, the AI-generated faces, should be fine. We had a look at him. Ben Jones. He is left-footed. I think this looks like, you know, winger is okay, but we play with inverted winger, so I guess he will need to adapt. That said, he doesn't have a bad finish. The argument can be made that maybe he should be on attack duty. That said, anticipation isn't great. I guess passing vision and technique it is too. We could also do attacking movement, but at his young age, doesn't matter much. Callum Jones, right-footed, same problem on the other wing. So same here. Individual training, probably fun third. Same with him. For some reason, we have a lot of wingers that are not inverted wingers. Yeah, he's right-footed too. Sure. Also here, final third training. Connor Jones. Doesn't look like a good finisher. He has decent passing. His best position, well, his best role is Shadow Striker though. So, Shadow Striker in our formation needs to be able to play as a Metzala too. So, we try to teach him to be a natural Metzala. And afterwards he will probably train as a Shadow Striker, despite this. Attacking movement could do with some improvement, but it's not the worst of it. This is concerning. On the other hand, we will not get decent work rate out of him. Vision, technique and passing are fine, his vision isn't. I guess ball control is the thing to go for in this situation. So let's do that. Who else is available? Ivan Jones, not to be confused with any of the other Joneses. These all should have training instructions. Mike Morris has 2. He doesn't. Mel Paylor. Mel Paylor is... What the hell did we do with this guy? So, he's not a good crosser. I wouldn't have guessed that we use him on the wing anyway. He's not a good finisher. He's a good tackler though. With not enough strength. So, assuming we play him as a ball-winning midfielder, just for, shits and giggles, there's so much improvement that needs to be had. In positioning and marking, I can't see that happen. That feels somewhat suited. He's got stamina, he has teamwork, he has work rate, he has aggression and tackling. He doesn't have passing. Off the ball movement could do with some improvement too. But, well, he's also lacking strength, right? We knew that. But it feels like his attributes are a bit all over the place, so that is box-to-box midfielder to me. Let's just see. If he develops into anything useful at all, that will probably be fine. And off-the-ball movement is a really important attribute for a box-to-box midfielder, given that he roams from position. So we do that. He probably doesn't have individual training. Nope, he doesn't. And that's a winger. So for us, this means inverted winger on the right. Where is it? Here. No specific strengths with set pieces. I guess his long shots could do with some improvement. Same here, passing vision, but final third feels viable. Yeah, let's do final third. Rooney and Joshua Rose. He's on Shadow Striker duty right now, this is fine. Mike Scarlett as a goalkeeper. Let's go back to Scarlett for a second. His command of area is really, really horrible. What do we do with him? I don't want him to rush out anymore though. One-on-ones aren't great either. Doesn't feel like a good idea. His handling could do with some improvement. His technique is, well, not great. And his composure is off too. Sure, as a sweeper, why not? Technique makes sense. Reflexes, anticipation. His reflexes are good, anticipation isn't, concentration is okay-ish. Positioning is bad, communication is okay-ish, decision making is Good. So, kicking and throwing both could do with some improvement. I guess we go distribution long. Then there's Kyan Shield Slater. That's a fantastic name. Shields Slater. That was a really horrible movie, by the way. Well, it's not a horrible movie. Was the antagonist in Last Action Hero called Slater? Or was it the protagonist? I'm not sure. There was a Slater anyway. I guess it reminds me of this. I'm not sure. Yeah, decision making isn't that fantastic. Composure is a bit off. He needs strength, but 4 points of strength for a 15-year-old is not that surprising. So I guess we do defensive positioning. And Michael Williams, sure. Simply put in on fullback duty. Doesn't look impressive, to be perfectly honest. I guess we can do some crossing. Let's do long throws. Long throws is always good with fullbacks, right? He's a striker. He looks like a striker for us. And those 15 points of finishing are fantastic. Problem is, he's really slow. So either we use him as some sort of target forward. Doesn't have the strength. He doesn't have the heading either. He has good balance though. I will try this. So I guess we'll try to get him into Shadow Striker. And given the amount of problems, it's probably stamina for him, right? He needs that anyway. Brown. How many youth players did we take? The youth intake is really big. He brings ball out of defense. Yeah. This is one of the few central defenders that I'm willing to put on ball-winning defender duty. Because his passing technique and first touch, they are not that bad, right? So even though it might come at the detriment of his performance as a defender, I think we should try to get a ball-playing defender out of him. I'm not sure if this will work. There's another one here. In fact, he looks even better. But the other guy had the trait. This one hasn't. He looks... For a 15-year-old, this looks decent. Is it just me? Sure, the mentals are off. And he could do with some pace, but this, heading, marking, tackling, positioning, for a 15-year-old, this is fantastic. Strength and jumping reach are fine too, they will develop. Pace and acceleration, nah. So let's put him on quickness training. Kieran Davies, left defender. Same here, fullback on defend duty. This crossing is fine. Pace could do with some improvements that he will get there though. Passing, not really. That's hard to do here. I guess long throws it is. And then... Sure, we have a roaming playmaker for some reasons. And then I think that's it. Yeah, we have all of them. Fine, we did it. Cool. What was I going on about prior to doing that? This doesn't look good. At all. So, let's include some teamwork training here. And maybe even some additional team bonding here. Because we absolutely need to improve dynamics. I think so much is clear at this point. That's fine. there can be some match preview here. This increases team cohesion too. Teamwork, training, and we will do some. I don't know. There can be match practice here, but we will do team bonding instead. Hopefully they will not start to complain throughout preseason. For obvious reasons they will complain anyway, but... Okay. Yeah. 0 both. So we need to get rid of the team cohesion problems. And we need to have a look at the happiness of the squad, maybe. Hierarchy seems not great right now. Happiness overall, there's nobody that's unhappy with anything. I think that's okay. Training, we signed a coach. We didn't assign him to any training duty just yet. Yeah, this is rubbish, right? So let's reassign him to something else. Given that his defending is fine, we can assign him here. Mr. Bacon. Now we have a 2-star coach there, so that means we do not have to do the tactical coaching anymore. Tactical defending. Doesn't matter much though, not right now. And our fitness training is really bad. We cannot do it. Sam Jones is no good at it. Forget what I just said. If only we could get him up to a 2nd star there. Sam Jones's fitness training is probably not that horrible. It's probably not far off. An additional point in fitness coaching or better mentals. So he might get there. Yeah, well, so what's more important? Strength or quickness training? What's more important to us? I guess let's have a look at the squad, right? Can we... What's physicals? Oh, this is stats. Attributes. Physical attributes. So... Acceleration and pace looks like it could definitely use some improvements. That said, we have some fast players here. That's stamina. Stamina's not too bad for this level. Strength? I guess that's a big ouch. So we have Toby Yates and we have Alex Holt. Martinez has strength 8, Evans has strength 7, and afterwards it's in the grey area. So I guess strength training is more important to us, given our lack of strength. Which means that this is fine. This is the way we do it. Can he do something else? Like, can you do fitness training? He can't. So they will not complain about strength training anymore, probably. Going forward, they will complain. Oh, they will complain about quickness training. You'll see. But we'll get there. By the way, well, it's too late now. We could have given one of them a coaching course. On the other hand, I'd rather have it now, overlapping into preseason, not or overlapping into the real season, and not throughout the season. So maybe we can send one of them away for a coaching course. Like Sam Jones could do with one, that's for sure. Oh. Yeah, he's a player at this point, sure. We cannot send him away on a course. But we can have a look at all of those. Yeah, it's the same with the youth guys, really. They could do a course with a course 2. Same with him. Goalkeeping coaches are somehow, they do not go on those for some reason. Carl Bacon, sure. That's a board request though. And we can, at max, I think we can send 3. Yeah. So let's see what the board answers, and afterwards we will just request a coaching course for the remainder of them. Coaching course is like $1,000, I think. Or something there. At least on the level that we are at. Anything else that came to mind? Everybody's asleep? Well, Journal probably isn't, given the time in the United States. He's like, what? Asleep? I just had breakfast. Probably. Cool. Let's see. What? They want to expand the available wage budget for coaches. I'd rather not. Do not spend on the coaches. The budget for the coaches is fine. So where do we want to spend the money? Yeah, I want to turn professional too, but this will not happen. Let's improve the training facilities instead. This will be too expensive, but I'll try anyway. Great. Now they are annoyed because I didn't agree. Oh, this dropped down. It's a top half finish now, not top 4 anymore. That's great. I like that. So this is much more achievable, I think. We might not get fired. And reach the second round. We'll see. Last time I think we reached the second round. I will definitely not follow all the international stuff. Go away. Yeah, well, I kicked all of them out of the squad. So that'll be a problem. Squad must have at least 4 players trained by the club. To be fair, all of those were shit. You gotta trust me on that. So now we need to come up with 4 youth players that we can play. Front end. This is, by the way, this is one of the best wingers I ever saw in this game. That's definitely, I wouldn't say wonderkid material just yet, but we noticed him at the age of 18 or something. He was with one of the clubs in Sweden. I would definitely bring him in with every club. There's no attributes to this right now, but he was like acceleration 15, pace 16 or something like this, and really good technicals and really good mentals. He was fantastic. No. This... Oh, this is the first league matches, right? League matches are finally out? Yeah. So, this is the first league match. Against Planelli Town. So, we will prepare for a league match on Friday. Which means this. So, given that people are still around, let me just go over future streaming dates. Obviously, the regular schedule says Monday. Monday might be a problem though this time. So I'm not sure if you're aware, but there's a national holiday. I guess it's not a national holiday. It's some sort of religious holiday, if you want to put it that way. Whatever, Christian, some sort of Christian holiday on Monday, and I will probably not be able to stream on Monday due to that. We've got friends over. So Monday's stream will probably not happen. That said, I can maybe do a stream tomorrow or on Sunday. Depends a little bit. Problem is there's real football on these days, so yeah. But most likely I will do another stream on the weekend. And this guy got promoted to the real Taffs Well squad. Because he was too old? Yeah, he's too old. Cool, okay. If this is the only one, we can live with this, right? So we have an additional central defender that needs to get rid of this trait. Sure. He trains well, at least. Also, now we got a replacement for Sam Jones. Because, you know, it's probably better. Bacon reported on Feldstedt. Feldstedt... He wants more strength training. Seriously, fuck off. I will decide. Go away. And then there's a lot of players in the U19 that apparently seem to be unhappy right now. Cool. Okay. So... A good day to Jaron Nullet over in the United States. And a good night to everyone else watching the stream. That is, if you're not in the United States too. I think this is a perfect time to wrap up the stream. Next time out, we will do a few additional friendlies, and maybe we'll get to the first game in the season. That would be great. Thank you very much for watching, and we will probably see each other on Saturday or on Sunday, if, you know, we can make do with it. Whatever. Have a nice evening, and see you again next time.